Okay, guys, let's have quickly introductions. Why I need introduction is because I want to know your background so that we can pace the class accordingly. For example, in last batch, everybody was developers and SAP people, all with totally different level, right? If I go at that level, you will lose interest and you will not come from next week, right? So depending on that, I want to structure the class accordingly, depending upon the skill sets and all that. So I'll first introduce myself. I'm Ratnakar Jampala. Only one request from my side is try to keep it learned from instructor, because this world is very small and I teach at SAP America also, so I don't want to be much public. Okay. I want to keep a very low profile. Okay. So I have around 17 to 18 years of experience in SAP. I started as a programmer with ABAP and developed into architects on the BI side, on the and SAP. Most of I have both hands-on architecture and program management experience. Right now I'm working as a BW on HANA architect, and I teach at SAP. As I told you, I teach full classes, right from ABAP to ABAP. I have stopped teaching because ABAP, BW to not to BW on HANA, and I have to start S4 on HANA somewhere. I'll explain all those concepts what I'm talking. Introduction. The class timings usually Saturday it would be 10:30 to 5 or 10:45 to 5:15. Okay. And because Fridays usually people relax, I don't want to start early class unless everybody's consensus is different. Okay. Consensus is early class. I prefer late class. And on Sundays 9:30 to 4. That's the schedule. It should finish in 4 weeks if everything goes well, but it doesn't. So it may run into one day of the next week or 2 days, depending upon how the class is going. So don't plan anything for 5 weekends at least. Okay. No vacations, nothing for you. Okay. And if there is somebody has to go, which is pre-planned, we have recorded sessions. But my preference is attend in person as much as you can. Okay? That's mine, because I never heard any recording which I have got. Trust me. So I'm assuming people will also not hear.
Online live.
Online?
Like that live presentation.
Oh, it's live like this.
Or so you can attend exactly
they are seeing the
same,
screen.
right?
Yeah, same. But I
like a webinar or just like
no webinar.
No webinar.
Simple presentation online with a GoToMeeting. It's like a GoToMeeting type.
Sure.
As simple. So I try to follow the course which SAP follows, so that way you have some documentation to read, catch upon, and we will try to do as much hands-on as we can. The only limitation hands-on is that people are at different speeds with respect to navigation and everything. So I cannot handhold everyone. So we'll try to do as much as hands-on here, but I expect you during the weekdays to catch up on all the lab, whatever you have to do. My only 2 cents is read what I have told and practice. What do you practice? For now, don't go into forums and all those things. It's early for you. Once the course finishes after 4 or 5 weekends, then get into the try to get the knowledge, practical knowledge. First hone your basic concepts. It's more important. Digest them. Then we will try to think of the other ones. Okay. And that's my introduction, guys. Let's start with this. What I want is your background and what is your interest in this class, so that we can see whether I'm catering that interest or not. Okay. What you are trying to learn from here? What you have an idea before coming here? Your background helps.
Can I say?
Okay, fine. Yeah.
I'm working as a
EA, VI admin in which?
United Water.
No. Which platform?
The business object.
This BO.
Yeah, that's one.
Can take care of analysis objects and all, AO and all those tools. Maybe AO and all that.
Yes, that has nice.
Okay.
Core skill set with Oracle
Perfect.
SQL.
Very good. So you can guide them because the layer for reporting of HANA is BI, business objects, which SAP calls it. And it's the reporting layer. So there's a very important layer. Once you produce the data, once you create the data, the model in the HANA, you have to show it, right? You have to present it. The presentation happens to this layer. So what works well in other, I have seen that if you learn, because here you 12 hours next week. You can catch up, but when your own struggle, all I don't do. That's why purposely I don't do hand holding while you are doing exercises. I want you to struggle. Unless you struggle, you won't learn. That's my idea. Otherwise, I can teach you as click. You'll forget. You'll think it is correct when I'm showing you here. But once you start doing it, you don't know why you are doing what. That's the disconnect you will have. Okay. So please use such skill sets, and others who have others learn from somebody who must be database, learn SQL from them, like that.
I have experience on dimensional modeling, so that's why, HANA.
Yeah, exactly what you are thinking. HANA is nothing but modeling and reporting, which you both have skill sets. You have to just speak the HANA terminology.
Are my primary aspirations.
Perfect. Yeah, this suits for you. Thank you. Yeah, it's not a don't attending second time. It helps. You don't have background. It reinforces you, and I recommend that. You do. But I ask you to give 1 month time. You prepare whatever you have learned. Then when the next batch comes, catch up with that. That way, otherwise you will be in the same boat as you are in the first batch if you do back to back. Very good. Yeah.
Ravinder Singh, in IT for.
Did you attend any orientation earlier?
No, I was on a phone call this for
someone, right?
Yeah, with someone.
Nilesh Kapal.
Nilesh Shah.
Yeah,
we're supposed to go together.
Okay. How is Nilesh doing? I don't see him.
He's okay. I push him, but
yeah.
Like you said, practice.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah. And I've been in IT for 20 years. Started on Wall Street. Did business analyst, project management, anything you can think of, just about. I took a BOP training in 1999 for a year. That was it.
Doesn't matter. You'll forget it. You'll not forget it. You will need it become used handy now.
But that was, I think.
That's fine. BAP, the core did not change. Only the object-oriented shell came on. The core is same.
I'm working as a consultant. Right now I'm at J&J. I'm a global lead for master data.
Master data governance.
Right now I'm a sabbatical. I've been there for 3 years. The reason I picked this is because of a change of lifestyle. So I'm a supply chain certified person. So I don't want a 9-to-5 job anymore. I want to do 3 to 6 months, 7 months, and I enjoy the rest of the time. So that's the idea, and I figured technical jobs are the ones that you can get. Supply chain is a little harder to come by.
Yeah.
So HANA is something familiar to me in a sense because I have worked on informatics out of power centers and data quality and data governance. So I think I can understand.
Oh yeah. Not especially after 20 years of experience in IT and similar, you understand databases. And
Yeah.
And another thing you brought a good point. Is HANA is just the technical part of it. That is just like 50 to 60% of it. The 40% of it is the business, which is what I can't teach here, but you have to catch up on your own or your experience. Because you develop a model, you create something for some business scenario, right? Not for some lab or prototype scenario. So what the trick is, if somebody like him doesn't have much HANA exposure, but they have wealth of business experience, so they can catch up, they can present themselves very well with that. And that has been my experience. I'm also like you guys, I was not an IT background guy, but I survived because I could understand the business side of it more. What they lack really is what the developers usually lack is the business knowledge. So once we catch up on the business knowledge, getting the technical parts, classes like this, practice, they help. And nowadays Google is there.
Yeah,
I call it as Google Mother Google.
Yeah.
Tells you everything.
Sorry,
Yeah. So that's not. So trick is leverage your business knowledge. That's what we are telling you. What I ask you is nothing what we talked, right? I talk scenarios. What are the scenarios? So you have to prepare those scenarios for the first break at least. Okay. Afterwards, you'll know how to float and swim.
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
What industry uses this a lot? Like so far, HANA still.
It is. It's more financials will use this. Financials one. Ideally, it will percolate into pharma because they do very high data-intensive analytics. Pharma for a drug, they want to know the details and they want to crunch a high volume of data. That is what. So they just implement. Yeah, they have to. There is no choice, especially if it's a SAP shop.
It's become your full SAP shop now.
Yeah, I see a lot of ads coming for J&J, but I don't like permanent jobs, so I don't even want to attempt it.
Especially not J&J.
Yeah. Anywhere, if you ask Verizon, they say no Verizon.
Yeah.
It's a headquarter for politics. Every company is like that. So better stick as a consultant. If they like, they keep you. If they don't like, look for another one. That's all. Keep life simple.
That's right.
Thank you, Davinder. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Syed, and I really don't have any background in IT. This will be my first time exposure ever.
Oh, yeah, Madhu mentioned about.
Yeah. And you have experience in accounting and finance. That's what basically my
That's your domain?
experience is.
That's your domain?
That's my domain is, yeah. But actually, I quit my job about 7 years ago. I started my own business, still doing consulting. So I provide like translation services and do some consulting for just like from time to time.
How much of the business finance you are aware of?
I'm sorry?
APAR, business finance, accounts payable, accounts.
Yeah. These are things, but like from the other point of view, from the other side, as an end user.
Doesn't matter.
Work, yeah.
You develop for an end user only. You develop a product for an end user.
Yeah, but like from the back end, whatever's going on, like administration and the stuff, that are anything about it. When I started talking to Madhu, initially I was interested in taking some classes for SAP FICO.
Mm-hmm.
She told me, the job market is not that very good these days. So why don't you start like HANA?
Yeah.
And of course, that HANA S4 recently they introduced that back in April.
Simple finance.
Yeah, simple finance. So that would be more relevant, I guess. That's what Madhu was advising me as well.
Exactly.
To start with HANA and then eventually go for simple finance, because I believe simple finance will take over FICO, I guess. But I don't know how many is going to take over everything right now, or simple finance would be like a new version of the FICO, I guess.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Let me give you 2 points here. HANA, as he mentioned, HANA is the right place to enter if you want to enter into SAP. Why? It is new. 2, it doesn't demand much. If you take FICO, it demands a lot. Experience-wise, and of course, you have the domain, but for people who don't have the domain experience. They don't understand what is a debit, what is a credit, what is a allocation, right? And secondly, FICO is, as I told you, you can pick up things very easily. HANA, most of the HANA projects I have done first project was global spend, FICO. Second project was inventory related to FICO, because finally it translates into your assets. Right? Right now what I'm doing is a financial transformation project, fully FICO. HANA is aimed for FICO. That is why SAP on S4 HANA started with, they first did simple finance. They did not touch logistics. Second is logistics.
Yeah, second would be that.
First is simple finance. So without finance, no organization survives. That's why I asked you, do you know the business side of the finance? Or you only know the accounting side? Like some people just account CPA and all, they are like CPAs. For them also there is a good chance, like on the PPC business planning and consolidation. But yes, if you know business finance, HANA is just a tool you have to do. That is not your bread and butter. Your bread and butter would be finance only.
Eventually,
that's what I keep telling people. Pick up that. HANA definitely yes, as this tool set, because you have to go and support that. But the major forerunner will be your FI background.
Yeah, but that's the same.
First break is a challenge for you. I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't want to
I know that.
put any like, I don't want to paint a very rosy picture.
Yeah.
Because you don't have IT exposure. You don't have any development experience, right? So it solely depends on you and your luck to get the first break.
Right.
Here you will.
I was your demo class yesterday.
The orientation.
Orientation thing. I saw the HANA, and it was just like a bouncer for me.
Right.
So I said, what's going on? But at the same time, it
will be at that level only.
There was another like demo for FICO. I believe one of your colleagues in there.
Yeah, Majid.
Yeah. So I had a better understanding, grasping everything on that.
Agree with you, 100%
Yeah.
on that. So it's your choice to decide. And what you
I really need to know what market flow is going on.
Market flow is HANA. There is no doubt about it.
So that's why I need to know.
There is no doubt about it.
Right.
But
Like
does that interest you or not? If it doesn't interest you, I don't want to waste your time here, right? You can do FICO and all that. But if see what you heard in orientation is what will go on for next 4 weeks. All the modeling, and of course it will be for industry of FICO, but you will be learning the skills of modeling, development, getting data into the system. So these are the things you will be learning, and these are the
classes, understanding that, and eventually when simple finance, start learning that. That will definitely help me.
Yes,
my
absolutely. Only thing what I doubt from here, standing here, is that will you have interest in this technical, or will it go like totally you'll start sleeping in the class?
Yeah, but the thing is, I have to generate that interest, right? If I have to.
Yeah, if you are that motivated, that is the direction. If you are really self-motivated, that yes, I need to learn this skill. Yes, learn HANA. You have to learn HANA even now or later. Even if you go into FICO,
right.
Eventually everyone who is in the SAP space has to learn HANA. There is no doubt about it.
Not like that you pick one of those modules, FICO, SD, or MM, and go straight. You have to. This would be actually the base, right?
This is the basics for. And another thing here, Dharmender knows better. If you know technically, you will be a better IT consultant than just being a functional guy. Because a functional resource, when he is architecting a solution, when he is configuring a solution, he should know that what is possible, what is feasible. When he talks to the user, he should tell them, look guys, don't ask for the moon in my lab. This is not possible. Who can make the judgment that possible scenario in this place and circumstance? If you can ascertain that, you will put it. But if you don't have the technical background, you sometimes get lost. Even though you might be an expert in your subject matter, you may be a semi-finance IC. But so it is good to have this skill. Only my point is, will you be interested in learning this new? That's all my question is. If yes, this is the class for you. If no, FICO class. Okay. Sorry, Dharmender.
You should take FICO for HANA. and then you said logistics. I am not FICO is not my forte. I'm a supply chain guy, so I'm over the cash, SIM, CIM, logistics, all that stuff, point of sale. Is that market in that business?
Absolutely. Any manufacturing industry, especially any the first project I have is Jable Circuits, manufacturing company, global spend. You know what we were trying to measure? What is my throughput time of a purchase order? On a purchase order, how much time I was spending, and how much of that is going as a AP? Sorry, accounts payable. How much of that is going as an AP? So, though I say it is FICO, in SAP's world, everything is integrated. You can't just say I'm a logistics person. You need to know what is the touch point of a FICO with a logistics. A general ledger document, a general ledger transaction in my books cannot be on its own. It has to be generated by a sales or by a purchase engine, right? Only thing is they have solutioned it for FICO for now. But this Q3 and Q4, they are going to launch for logistics. No manufacturing survives without logistics supply chain. I am myself a supply chain guy. Okay, so without that, but yes, now the market is for FICO. I won't lie to you because that is where. But also it is there for manufacturing. I have done all inventory related projects, right? What do you do in inventory? How is the movement? Which are my fast moving? Which are my slow moving? What is the status of my inventory? How do I get these numbers? These numbers are pretty large. You have to crunch these numbers, and HANA is the tool for that. That's all. So don't get disheartened that it is for FICO. Yes, they started with FICO because that is the green line for the whole business, right? So, and they have made it simple, like they are reducing the aggregate tables, all your BSIC, BSAT, BSIC, BSAC. They're reducing those tables. The footprint of that is being reduced in S4 HANA. Okay. So, concept what you are going to learn these 4 weeks is the tool, right? Which you will be applying for some field. So that is the scope of this class. Okay. Then accordingly you can make decisions rightly. But yes, if you have interest, yes, this is the right place. The right skill you have to get in so that you have a combination of both IT and business, then jump. And still after doing these 2 classes also, first break is difficult. I don't want to exaggerate. You have to work very hard for that. Yeah. Of course, they will help you to the extent they can, but much depend. Don't rely on that. Rely on yourself. That's most important. Thanks, Ayush. Demon, right?
Yeah. I come from a computer IT background. I'll finish my degree this August. I've had like database management classes on over query jobs.
Perfect. That's a cakewalk for you. It's just a new tool set which you have to. But what you lack is the real-time exposure, real-time business exposure. That's what you have to pick up. It's not easy, that part. You have to do a lot of reading, a dearth of material. So material is not there, only thing is your initiatives. Okay, on the web. Thanks, Lena. Bye.
Online.
Oh, you are online? Okay.
Come back.
You did a vice thing. Please. Major. From Rutgers? You both are from Rutgers?
No.
No. Okay.
I graduated in July. I've taken entry-level accounting and business classes.
Perfect. Yeah, very good.
I think an intermediate.
That's fine. That much is no. When you understand what is debit, what is credit, that's what the user speak of. Because rest everything the software processes it. You don't need to know the process, how a account is posted, what should be the keys. That all FICO people, they will do that. Which keys to be posted, all that is taken care of. You have to understand the data part of it. To understand the data part of it, you should know what is the transaction mean to you, right? That's more than enough. Only thing is pick up these skills You guys have very good future. You're starting on HANA because the future is on HANA only for SAP world. For non-SAP also HANA is supported, but naturally when SAP is there, people you have a lot of jobs. You don't have to go to non-SAP jobs. That's what my point is. You have a lot of jobs on SAP side itself. Just first break. That's all. After that, you not look back. I started. I have my first break. It was luck. Nothing my credentials. But after that, I was never on bench. Only one time I was on bench. That too also the project started late for 2 weeks. In Amtrak, we were implementing the first HR payroll system for 45,000 employees. Every time I was between the projects. That's all. I never looked back. And same is true with anyone. It's not an average IQ guy. So you all can do. Only thing is you should be determined. Determination is the most thing. Don't lose heart if you don't. 10 interviews fail, no problem. Be thick skin. 11th interview will click. But work in the right direction. That's the most important. Okay, guys. Thanks for the online. Whoever are online, let's start the introductions there. Let's start with Bhavna.
Hi, I have my background in finance, in the sense I have my MBA, and as such, I don't have a technical background. So I really wanted to broaden my skill set and get into technology. So thought SAP HANA is a good medium because it's relatively new, as it was earlier mentioned. And pardon me?
Less competition for HANA. You won't see many resumes coming on HANA, of course. ACAR coming, I cannot say, but real-time experience field. Less resumes will be, you will be competing with less people. But whereas FICO, if you put, you get 1,000 resumes, really experienced, and they want to, and you may have less edge over them. Except for all who are getting a first break, the good news, there is always good news. The good news, the positive side of it is, you can work for less dollars also. That is only the good news. You need not be competitive. You can be competitive. You need not say that, no, if I don't get this rate, I'm not coming to this project. You have that flexibility. You please also leverage that one. Okay? For first project, keep yourself low. Okay. Location-wise, money-wise. Even you have to go to Timbuktu, go to Timbuktu and do the project. That's my phrase.
Can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
To share my personal. My first job, I worked for 6 months for free.
Very good.
I couldn't find anything. So those days you have to type your resume.
Yeah.
So I said I'll work 6 months for free. I got 4 hits. For 6 months I worked for free.
That's what is
I learned more in 6 months than I think I'll next 2 years.
Next 10 years. Same case, I'll share just to give you more motivation. I got a campus through campus into Mahindra and Mahindra, but I flunked one subject in my final engineering. So when I flunked the subject, I didn't flunk it, but they did not correct it nicely. It was a mathematical paper. I was 100% sure I can never fail. It's operations research. But mark sheet doesn't tell that, right? So they took me out. I had to roll off because if you don't pass your degree, you can't start a job. So, of course, then I applied for reval, and reval came after 7 months. By that time, I gave my second semester exam also. But I worked 6 months for free. As he told, I have learned a lot, and you know, after the 6 months, my reval got cleared after I gave the exam, so they hired me. But they had such good impression. Of course, I delivered, but they had a very good impression. They made me I was the youngest intern, like these guys. They made me the executive core group committee member, which is like all general managers and there. So just because of the attitude, and of course delivered just because of the attitude. 6 months I worked for free. So I agree with him. If nobody gives here for free nowadays, that time maybe it is.
Yeah, it was different time.
That time. But if somebody is ready to, the point he wants to tell is, don't look for money. He's telling that even if it is $15 per hour, go and do it. Get it. Get the, at least you know the lingo. You understand what a project is, how a project runs, what to speak in the next interview regarding a project. At least you know that.
Shadowing, everything.
Yeah, all these. Another good point he brought is try to join these Accentures, IBMs. What they do is that they ask you to shadow a senior people. For client, they won't charge anything. They will pay you very basic minimum like 65K, 70K, whatever is their minimum salary. But in a shadow, what happens? If somebody shadows me, let me tell you, 90% of the work I train him. I tell you, you won't do it. But you learn more there. You learn more. For the first job, don't put any constraints. Go anywhere, any place, any rate. Doesn't matter. Even if you're a shadow, don't be egoistic. Oh, I don't want to be a shadow. Go learn. After 2 projects, then you can start demanding. Okay.
Make all the mistakes.
Yeah, make all the mistakes. Learn. There are people who deleted tables in SAP. And you know what?
I'm sorry, there are people who do what?
Who deleted the whole table unknowingly. Delete statement they have used very
Okay.
sparingly. Delete
Okay. Okay.
without a fair clause.
Uh-huh.
You know, in a production system, when a table goes away, the whole business collapses. But I won't say they didn't understand the impact of what they were doing. It's not that they purposely did it.
Right.
Right? So you can make mistakes. Okay, they will fire you, but you can go to another job. Right? No worries. Of course, they have a backup. Only thing is they will miss the latest entry. They have a backup, they can recover it, but it's a pain for them because their business stops. And when a business stops, there is a huge loss for them. Especially in manufacturing supply chain, your trucks line up. All your delivery exits.
To shut off like for even for a year or so, right?
Yeah, you can't, no invoices, nothing, so everything comes to standstill. So try not to make those mistakes, but even if you make mistakes, it's not the end of the world. Move on and learn. Learn and move on. Just don't move on. Learn and move on. Okay? So that's the 2 cents. Sorry, Bhavna, I have to tell these because these are the ones which are important for you to know what you are entering into.
No, definitely I understand.
Yeah. So Bhavna, you know management accounting,
Yes.
financial accounting?
Yes, I studied, like my MBA was in finance, like it was an honors in financial services. So I studied different types of accounting, strategy, finance, and those things.
Yeah, then New York Northeast region is the best for financial services. Manufacturing,
Right.
Midwest and California.
Okay.
Of course, pharma, New Jersey is the capital. Oil and gas, Houston. Like there are sectors like that where the jobs are, right? So financial services, I don't know your location, but yes, this is Northeast is a good place.
Yeah, so it's around New York, New Jersey area only.
Yeah, that's fine. Then you are good.
Yeah.
Only Bhavna is you have to pick up IT because finance, domain, IT is a different animal. It's only the lingo you have to get used to it, understand
Okay.
and used to it. If you are allergic to lingo, then better be on the business side.
No, I don't think I'll be allergic to that.
Yeah, that's good, Bhavna. Okay then. Because I have seen people, there are people who, many CPAs to work for me, when you talk IT, they get really, they don't like it. They only want to talk, and when they take finance, I become allergic. But, but yeah, we need people like, there are people who understand both. I'm surviving because I know both.
I think I'll be able to club both the options together.
Yep, that's very good. And another trick which I use is that talk IT to a finance guy, talk finance to an IT guy. You'll survive. Yes, sorry.
Isn't HANA just techno-functional?
It is techno-functional. That's what I tell you. HANA is not just this 4 weeks of tool. It is much more than that. It's functional. Because you'll be ultimately developing a model for a business. You are not developing model for some lab or prototype.
It's kind of like thinking like a business analyst And then
Absolutely.
acting like a IT.
Using the tool of HANA, you are a business analyst. Even if you are an IT architect or whatever you say, finally you're doing the job you do is a business analyst job. Not nothing to be, even the topmost CIO, CFOs, they do also business analysis. So it's a business analyst job, especially in the business intelligence space. Okay? People like Dharmendra who understand both, they are the analysts. They can speak to the developer what they want, they can speak to the users what they want, and he translates it. Perfect. That's all the job is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thanks, Bhavna. But try to come in person if you can. Otherwise,
Yeah.
if you have your family limitations, that's up to you. But if you can, please make it up. That's my point.
Yeah, definitely. Like next week onwards, I'll try to. This week I had some like
Yeah,
an
no
unfortunate
problem.
things. Yeah.
I know. Your personal. Ari.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Pretty good, Ari.
So you want me to say something about myself?
Yeah, just your background. I don't want to say what movie watched last night, but I was planning to watch a movie, but I was not well. Those who know Bahubali, I was trying to. Yeah, but yeah, please, your background.
Okay, I didn't get the humorous part of last night, but anyway, I did accounting and bookkeeping for the last 20 years. I was a controller for about 7 to 8 years in a mid-sized company in Manhattan, and then I kind of quit, and because I was stressed out. I was controller for restaurant food business. And I think some people knows that how stressful those businesses are. Anyway, so I was doing, say it again, go ahead.
Any finance job, especially at a controller level, is very, very, very stressful, whether it is for beverage industry or it is for a financial services, it's equally stressful. So,
yeah, so I was making almost 6 figures, but the more the figure is, the more the stress was. Anyway,
this field you are entering into will be much, much more stressful. You'll be making much more than 6 figures, but it will be much more stressful. So that part you cannot get away with. Let me caution you that. Yes,
I see.
The thing is, it is your own, how you architect it. Whereas a controller, you very less is in your hand to control, right?
Right.
The books don't get closed. You know, in what happens in SAP HANA is another advantage. You close your books very fast. The books don't get closed. The quarter end is coming, and next quarter, half of the next quarter has gone. This quarter books have not been closed, and people are still posting journal entries for the previous year. Yeah, all those journal entries, it's a nightmare. Okay, but HANA is your solution for that. No, really, HANA for enterprises, HANA is the solution where you can do these things. You can consolidate very faster. You can close your books. You can submit journal entries. Get real-time data. Get real-time. Once you post it, you'll see, okay, this entry is missing. My trial balance is not matching. Let me post other journal entries and make the trial balance work. Previously, I had to wait for the next day to see whether what has been posted. Then I will fix my journal entries. So naturally, you lost 1 day, and 1 day in finance. Closing time 1 day is nightmare. So yes, the stress part, what I want to make it clear is, it is stressful, but you have to keep it calm. Yes, but not as stressed as the controller, but a different kind of stress here.
I see. Not red, but blue.
Right. Rate will be paid. For the stress you are doing, you will get decently paid. Let me tell you that. For the stress you are taking, you are decently paid.
Hope I will survive, because once you make money, if you don't survive, what is the worth of taking the stress?
No, you'll survive. Survive because you guys have business background. Come on, you will survive. Only thing is pick up your IT. Just own your IT part. All these IT part is what you have to own. Survival for you guys won't be difficult, but unless you're going as a HANA architect, core technical architect, don't take such jobs. Take the jobs where we are more business facing, where they are more analytical, business analyst kind of jobs, where you understand how to close, what are the requirements for closing, and how you can put that in HANA. That's what your job profile should be. I am pretty sure you'll get such breaks. Because there are people who came like me who are core IT people. If you start talking finance and closing, I may start sleeping in it. But you guys can pick it from here, right? Then you can come to me and say, can you develop, I'll develop a model for you accordingly. I can develop a model.
So you guys are like physical classes in New Jersey?
Yes.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that. I thought it's only online.
Don't do that. Keep the same week. Go until the end.
I see. The thing is that I don't know much of. So I'm just now in which part of New Jersey?
It's Addison. It's what is Plainfield, right? Jersey.
Oh, I see. So by transportation.
Where are you?
Good. Yeah, train will take longer, and by car it's a good amount of toll, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Okay, while coming, I can tell you the toll part you can avoid. Come through the Chinatown, Holland Tunnel, Chinatown.
Going, you gotta pay.
Go, means coming from Queens to here. Going, you have to pay. There is no way. $8.
Right. I know. Okay. Anyway, that's my personal problem.
Yeah. No, I'm just telling you.
Take Arizona going back.
Arizona also is outer bridge.
If you're coming from Queens too.
Yeah.
If you're coming from New York to Jersey, then you have to pay. I don't think so going back.
Williams.
Going back is free.
Going back is free.
Coming, taking Arizona is like $16.
Regardless.
From New York to Jersey. Arizona is
New York to Jersey is free. New York to Jersey have come many times free, but going back into New York, I never could.
Anytime you enter New York, you have to pay.
Yeah, when you enter New York, you have to pay. Either Arizona, Holland, or Midtown. Either of these three, you have to pay.
Yeah.
Which part of the train?
Maybe you can share. Yeah. Where in Queens, Ari, you are?
Queens Village, near Jamaica.
Jamaica.
Near Jamaica.
Okay, Bayside. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you are very close to me. I'm very close to Bayside.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
We'll think of that logistics. Yes,
sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Ari. Yeah. So you know what you are entering, Ari. I want you to take a very conscious decision, you and Syed, and then yes, this is the class for picking up HANA technical skills. That's my only point to close with. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Yes, Veera.
Hi. This is Veera. I've been working in PeopleSoft HRMS for the last 10 years. So I want to move to different skill sets altogether like HANA. That's why I'm here.
Okay. Only one thing I tell people is that don't move SAP because the bill rates are higher. There's a lot of, you lose your hair, my receding hairlines.
You don't have anything to lose, I guess.
Right.
Right?
You should have, what I want to tell you, you should have the passion. You should have the passion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You should have passion for this. Then only you enter. Otherwise, stay put where you are. There is no much differential.
I believe in any industry, if you
Exactly.
get your careers.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's my point, Veera. But yes, PeopleSoft is losing its because it is becoming a legacy system for most of the implementations.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to move to other technology.
So for that reason, yes, be progressive and move. Think ahead, be visionary. Before all PeopleSoft people jump here and there, you jump. Okay. So I agree because I have used PeopleSoft mostly as a legacy. Wherever I have implemented SAP, PeopleSoft became a legacy.
Yep.
So what background you have? Are you a configurator or a technical or a functional person?
I'm a techno-functional consultant.
Okay, no issues then. Okay. Then no issues. This is the place to be. Okay, Veera, thank you very much. So one more, sorry.
Oh yeah, my name is Muhammad, and I graduated from Rutgers in 2008 as in accounting and finance major, and I worked as an accountant for a couple pharmaceutical companies in Jersey. And then I was laid off. Afterwards, I basically, started, trying to get into the SAP. Yeah, and keep on, I have done so many courses.
Just curious, SAP Rutgers has a very good level course with SAP. They have partnered with SAP America.
Yeah, but
right? Yeah, that's
expensive. That's very expensive. Besides, I have taken so many courses. Every time I would take a course, they would hear, somebody would never respond, or they just take money and run away.
Really? Oh, that will definitely not happen.
I've been trying for about a good couple of years, trying to get into this thing. I've tried for here and there. Now, I'm giving in this. At this
try not to run away.
No, I'm not running away.
No, why not?
Yeah. See, at this point, every time my wife sees SAP on the screen, are you taking another course now? Come on. How long are you gonna keep wasting? But anyway, on the other side, I was working as a BA. EDI analyst.
EDI, electronic data.
No. EDI like electronic data integration.
Yeah.
And my contract just ended, so here I am trying this SAP again. Let's see what happens.
HANA, getting data into HANA is nothing different than EDI. Getting data in, that's called data provision. You get data from many. HANA is a data source agnostic system. You can get data from any system into HANA. Okay, so having that fundamental, there are three kinds of main jobs as I told in orientation. Either you are a modeler, or into data provisioning, or you are doing SQL writing, or developers, report developers. Okay, so I'm pretty sure you'll not run away, and I will not run away because of you. But yes, data provisioning is one of the key areas of HANA where at least you can leverage some of your old experience. See, the thing is you have to leverage your old experience to craft your resume such that you say that it is a logical progression from what you have been doing into HANA. Right?
See, the thing is,
with a FICO and EDA background,
I have done FICO, I have done BW, I have done BPC, I have done HR.
Wow.
You know, so I have
Still help you.
but I never had any sort
Practical
of,
experience.
Practical. Even an interview as well. So I was talking to Madhu the other day. I was telling her, if you don't help me getting an interview, then you'll be seeing a lot of me because I live right around the corner. And plus I'm unemployed right now.
Have all the time to bother them.
Exactly. So you don't have a choice. Yeah, of course. I'll sleep, but I'm determined. It's
that's all it takes.
I'm having this sort of an egoistic issue with SAP that I
can't get into it. Yeah.
I have to get in.
Right.
That is even if this thing fails, I know, I'm pretty sure, if I don't get anything for it, but within 10 years, SAP people stop at my door, and I man, come on.
Hey, I like that.
An honorary degree PhD.
I'm not going away. I'm not going
Have the determination. I promise you, within 2 months you'll get a job. Not after this course. So after you prepare within 2 months.
I'm prepared.
No, prepare in the right way. That is most important.
His name?
Muhammad.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Really, yeah, I am telling you, I have so many.
I never heard a story like yours, Mohammed. I mean, I always hear rosy pictures from all sides, but never heard with having so many subjects, knowledge, and experience. I didn't even get an interview. Something is somehow what to say because I'm not familiar with this. Can somebody explain?
Yeah, actually, it's more of a, to be honest with you, not on my end, it's the other end that I'm, so for example, I'll give you one example. On Sudeka.com, I, initially in the beginning, I saw an advertisement, but prior to that, I took a SAP FICO course when I was FICO course.
From Majid?
No, from
Someone else.
Route 1. On Route 1 and what's that new Shell gas station? There is a building on what's that road? Right, where there is a 7-Eleven now.
I have no idea.
Okay, right.
I only know the
right.
Prince Lane. After that, I don't know.
Okay, right next to ShopRite. So at that time, back it was 2007. So I took that SAP FICO course at that time, and but I was seeing rosy picture in my own, way of in accounting that as soon as I will graduate, I'll have a 65 grand, job, and I'll simply sit back and relax and have fun. So I didn't, I have to say for that specific course, I didn't really pay that much attention. So I kind of just, went away. But after everything collapsed and, then I started taking back in 2012, I started SAP BPC course. BPC course. And there, the guy said he's from Ohio. So fine, paid him about $3,000. And so took the course. At the end of the course, what they say, okay, we're gonna market you and everything.
But how much did you learn in BPC? BPC is really technical.
Yeah.
Technical in the sense accounting technical.
I learned everything. I still have the the course. And the guy, this much, I have to say, all of the instructors were really good.
Okay.
With their stuff. Right. So anyway, what happened afterward was turned out were not from Ohio. They were in India. And after I, kind of asked him, he told me, you're in Ohio. But we know so many people, and we are marketing in 2, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, gone.
People challenge to get into as a job. I'm talking.
Yeah.
Because they expect a BW background there, minimum, or a CPA background.
Right.
You want to be on the functional side, a CPA background, which you could make up to. BPC sits on top of BW, so you need to know the
exactly. You need to know BW, and the BW part was very good as well.
Okay.
So the guy was so good. I can tell you that I can still remember everything, and I can just walk in and move my stuff. After
and still you didn't get a job.
And that is correct. So afterwards, yeah.
So can I add something to your experience? I know few Bangladeshis who never had any computer experience or understanding, and they were driving taxi and this and that, and they went to a software testing course, which they did not really learn anything, of course, because they have no idea, and they end up doing jobs, getting jobs, and now with their money and more course and everything, they are making a good amount of money. So with your business, with your degree, with your understanding, with your experience, with your knowledge, with your training, and you are a graduate, those people are far away from graduate. I don't understand the whole dilemma here at all.
The whole saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know.
It's who you know.
Okay, see, here's another thing, there you were saying in, our Rajasthani language, it says, that goes like, if you're having a bad luck, if you're having a bad luck, the dog of the street will bite you while you are sitting on a camel.
Right.
But that's philosophical. In this world, it's not a philosophical world. This is totally, you are a product of the market. If you have the market is looking for you, and I don't understand if other people who doesn't know how to talk English, don't have a degree, you never worked on computer, just went for a few months of training, and now I know many of them are doing and making almost 6 figures. I don't understand. Anyway, go on.
Let me differentiate what it is. Getting into testing job, Priya can ascertain she's a tester. The bar is low, but for a HANA, the bar is high. I want to paint a real picture. The bar is high.
Body? What do you mean body?
The bar is high.
Oh, the bar is high. Okay.
Yeah. You have to live up to that bar.
Okay. Now, go ahead.
Yeah. But you are paid more. The more the risk, the more the reward. Right? You are paid. So it depends. It's your choice. Just a break, or do you want to get into a high bar, high risk one? So So is yours. Yes. Those who are driving cab, getting a testing job, break, life is good. But their background is, his background is account. He's an educated guy. He will not try to go into testing. Maybe for survival he may go, but that may not be his aspiration, right?
This is exactly what I did. I ended up doing the BA, taking a BA course. Okay, here's another thing. I used to think that, I will never take BA. BA is just not me. I'm not going to for QA and, those are like cabbies and, that kind of thing. No offense, of course, to myself as well. However, sometimes your words, show up, right on your face. I ended up taking the BA course, and that was the one who actually got money. Yeah, exactly.
Let me reiterate. I used to think I'm a very smart MMAPP guy, materials planning, production planning. I wrote papers on shop floor physics when I was doing my MBA. I used to determine the velocity of the process assembly line. So that was my kind of knowledge level. So when I entered SAP, I boasted, oh, who will do this technical thing? Trust me, I did not get a MNPP break. I tried very hard. I didn't get a break. I'm telling you, if somebody gave me a break, I would have been the best MMNPP consultant. That much of knowledge I had. I have literally, from nuts and bolts, I know production planning. I can plan. I used to plan for 450 vehicles per day. Planning for 450 vehicles is not an easy job. Let me tell you.
It's timing and luck.
Yeah, it's timing and luck. So my statements was I was arrogant. Oh, who will do? But you know, the first job I did was batch data communication. BAP, of course. It's SAP's loading data from non-legacy into legacy systems. I started my career there. I never could become a functional guy.
See,
so same thing. You never know what happens. It's all luck.
You know, I have done, consolidation at a, billion dollar, level. While I was
consolidation of
consolidation
accounts.
Accounting.
Yeah.
And I have worked with hardcore finance team, at $1 billion company, managing over 53 of their,
So where did you come out of that job?
See, this is exactly what I'm saying, when you're having a bad luck,
It doesn't match with my experience. Bad luck, with all this you have, how can it? I mean, the bad luck is a very psychological philosophy. We are living in a practical world. I don't want to argue with you, but something is something, and I'm not the person to really identify.
Timing. Let me tell you, it's the timing. Maybe this is the right time. We can get a break.
Timing and luck.
Yeah,
there are
it's
a lot
timing.
of intelligent, brilliant people.
Yeah, there's a lot of intelligence.
Only one thing I tell you is
How
luck.
do you get good jobs?
Yeah.
Most management ideas.
I'm telling
You
you,
don't know that.
I'm
exactly.
a decently accepted architect in enterprises. But I'm telling you, there are brilliant people than me who are getting 1/3 of what I'm on.
Oh, sure.
There are brilliant people. They are like, they can make one, they can move mountains, right? It's all timing. All timing. Like I was thinking I was the best MM and PP guy. And that's why I came into SAP thinking SAP, I can leverage my business skills and I can configure beautiful business systems. But I never got a chance. But there are people who are they're BCom students. They were a PP consultants. They had no idea of what a shop floor planning is. So it's all luck. So let's get what I want to tell you is that what is luck? I tell in my orientation where your preparation meets the opportunity. You prepare yourself and there is an opportunity, you strike at it. That is what is luck. I call that as luck. So at least be the timing part. I have very much belief in God. He will arrange you. You work, He will arrange you. Don't worry about that part. Do your duty. I'll try to teach whatever I know to the best of my ability, and you pick up and digest it whatever you can and practice it. Spend time. I can assure you, you'll get a break. I'm not exaggerating. You will get a break because, as he told, Ari told, when people who don't have a background can get a break, you can also get a break with a good background.
They have to give me a break.
Don't. Let me tell you one more thing. Don't depend on ITVMS or anything. You trust in yourself that you need a break. Yes, they have to forward your resume somewhere. They have to help you in preparation of your resume somewhere. These are all the facts. I'm not denying these are the practical aspects where the rubber meets the road. But once you get that opportunity, it's in your turn whether you click it or not. For that, you have your preparation. That's what my point is. Have your preparation thoroughly. You should get a break. When you have knowledge of planning, BW, accounting, HANA is nothing, a combination of these three only. It means you do these things only in HANA. Because that is what I'm doing day in and day out. So I'm telling you, either in a consolidation or on a analytics or on a finance operational systems. I want to know what is APRA, subledger balances, how they are coming into my general ledger. Are they flowing? Or the recon is happening between a subledger and a general ledger? So you'll survive. Don't worry. Once you get the job, for first job, when you have given so much, I'll give this also a short and sweet. Only thing is, I will not run away, I can assure you, and I will see that you will also not run away.
We'll hold them back.
Yeah. Yeah. We have got a good group, databases, anything SQL, they are young brains, they'll guide you. Don't be shy. You teach them business, they'll teach you databases. Reporting, you have all where you want to. Half of the job is how to present the data. Okay, you did a great model in the HANA, but how to present it, how to leverage it. So it's a good team. Do combined study and get the skills exchanged. Okay guys, thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break and start the class. Class will be going at a decent speed. You have to catch up. How the class course will be structured is, we'll start with architecture and HANA architecture and HANA basics. What absolute basics of HANA I want to introduce you, because you may know how to do, but if you don't know the background, you get lost. The philosophy is lost. So that should never happen. Okay, you know how to build a attribute view or a calculation view for the fact, but you don't know why you are building it and what advantage you are getting when you are building it. That unless you know that, you'll not be a good consultant. Okay, so I'll start with HANA basics and architecture and introduce you to the tool. Okay, at least that's the plan for today, agenda for today, and then from tomorrow we'll start the modeling. Okay, the joins, modeling views, and I take sleeping very seriously, so don't try to sleep in the class. That means that I am not doing a good job if I'm making you sleep means letting you sleep means, right?
We hear you.
Yeah.
I can't do anything with the online guys. Yeah. The only thing I can do is I can suddenly ask you a question.
How many students you have in the class, in the physical class?
I have your 8. Sorry, 7.
Wow. Okay. All right. 5 minutes, right?
Yep. 5 to 10. It becomes 5 minutes. Never becomes 5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. So let's be.
Okay. See you. Okay. See you.
These are the SAP documents. They didn't give you?
No.
Oh yeah. They were registered. You guys got it?
Yeah, they sent a download.
Link.
I didn't get it.
Yeah. If you register, I told them, please have your documents. Yeah.
Oh, really?
I prefer you to do all these admin things before only, but don't worry. We'll get it done through the break. Okay, guys. So what is the time now?
12.
12:02.
12:02. 12:15. Let's start.
Okay.
We'll have
12:15.
1 to 1.5 hour class, and we'll take lunch break. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Talk about finance,
Give me the other amount.
No. Nobody cares whether you have configured your company code using SPR or they only say in this company code these are the balances I'm expecting. So don't worry that you have to have a FICO background. That's not my point.
Okay.
My point is the business side of it.
Exactly, yeah. So
Yeah.
even for reporting, I think that's what different is.
Yeah.
That was very well said. Like, you need to know the business. Why do you want to put this
Exactly.
report?
Right.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So is this a general term, just like the Oracle DBA kind of a thing?
No, it's not a DBA. Modeling tool. Modeling. You model a business. See, if I ask you to
Model like business structure, like from this, right? Let's say
Yeah.
I start my own company.
no, not that kind of. I'm asking. Suppose say you are you're trying to get your say global spend. if I ask you to figure out, your CIO calls you and asks you, can you develop a model for figuring out what is my global spend every day on the items? So then you start collecting the requirements. So what you ask him, which items you want to do. Then he will automatically say, don't include the C-class items or the MRO items, maintenance, repair, and obsolete, right? MRO items. You eliminate that. So you catch the other items. And then you put a model around it so that you can report it to the correct figures. That is what a model means. How to do it technically you learn in HANA, but what to do as a model, business model, that only business people can tell. Modelers like us, they may not be able to give a complete picture.
That should be like to start with, it should be kind of a blueprint, right?
Yeah.
A piece of paper,
yeah.
And then go.
So you have to first establish a blueprint of the business model. How will you collect all the spend that is happening in the enterprise? So you'll say that, okay, I'll go to the general ledger and see what are all my AP items, because that's where the spend is, right? So, yeah. So for a AP item, I need to know what are my vendors and what are my accounts that are keeping, which is my COA, chart of accounts. From that, you'll take and you'll try to go one level below, which is the subledgers, right? And you'll go to your master data. So you have to have master data of chart of accounts, which is your master data, and your accounts payable, which is your subledger. And then your recon accounts, which are making the subledger to general ledger. Because you have to, here it is consolidated. In a recon account, it is consolidated at a one account, right? Here I may have 10 accounts, 10 subledger accounts, but they all flow through one recon account to one. From that, you know the spend. You may not know all the details of the spend you want to know, right? So that is what is
basically the
business model. The model you have to establish. How to do that technically is in HANA. How to do that is in HANA.
But first job is basically to figure it out.
You may not, as an initial modeler, you may not be able to figure out, but if you can figure out, they will not take you, they will not roll you off from the project. Because you know the business, you know the technical, and so they will keep you. It depends, like how you present yourself. It's a package deal. Maybe that's what your attempt of job is missing. You didn't make it a package. Maybe my guess based on what you have told me. Right. This is what I have done. This is how you articulate yourself, that what you have done on the project. 101% whenever a resume comes, within 2 seconds I can tell whether it's a really genuine resume or not. So I tell the people, don't try to prove that this is you are an original guy. I can figure that out from your resume. So let's not go there. Let me see whether I can come hit in the ground running. Can you help me in that? So let's not focus our energy there in proving whether you are genuine or not.
Yeah, you can put tons of things on.
Yeah. But what I want is that even if it is fake, I don't mind. Can you come and do the job I am expecting? That's all I look for it.
So now it has come to this thing.
Oh yeah. It's an open secret. Yesterday I was talking to someone, federal guys there. They're telling you can have multiple resumes and profiles. You can apply to the job whichever you want.
Yeah, just modify that
according to the requirement.
In any industry.
It's not a... So, yes, the only thing is it's your no guts, no glory. If you have the guts to present yourself for a 10-year resume, put a 10-year resume. Nobody cares. Only thing is you have to live up to it. Or if you want to be a modest, put a 3 to 4 year resume. So these are all the... But this is where I call luck. But let's not worry about that. What is scope of this course is. We'll worry about that after 4-6 weeks when we finish this course. Because if you worry for the future, you will not live in the present and you will not do justice to what.
Obviously, this is the first priority at the moment.
We'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a question which is not related to what we're now talking.
Yes, Bhavna.
Yeah, like last week you mentioned about an article by Dr. Vishal Sikka. So I tried looking it up online, but I think they have removed the link of the article. Like, by any chance, do you have a copy of that or in PDF form that can be forwarded?
I don't have, but I can try, Bhavna. I don't have. Let me check my dashboard.
Okay.
If it is there, I'll try to download it. But
Okay.
I think downloadable, it's not a downloadable version, I think, as far as I know.
Because it just said enroll into course and those kind of things. It just had a very brief introduction.
That's free. That's don't even worry. If you have to enroll, you enroll.
Okay.
Oh, it's slow. Give me 2 minutes.
Is it 9:30?
Oh, right. So I was wondering if I could take a train. I drove. It was right up to 3-4 different poles.
But see, what makes a picture of the train station? 5 minutes away. I'm gonna drop this stuff.
The good thing with the train is you can read, you can sleep.
You like the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You don't have to drive.
The thing is, I mean, I've never tried it.
I used to live in Elmhurst.
Elmhurst, okay.
From Elmhurst, take
Number 7
to Penn Station, and from Penn Station
There's a transit.
you just sit.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
It is
There's
bit.
a transit, right? Is that one from Penn Station?
They used to have every 20 past the hour. They used to have trains 1 hour. That time, I don't know now.
When you take it, they should just stop and everything. Some train might stop.
Yeah.
So which line should I?
There's only one line.
Oh, that's just one.
Yeah, don't take the. No. Yeah, of course not Amtrak. Amtrak you can take, but it will be expensive. Yeah.
They might not stop here. I don't think Amtrak stops.
Metro Park.
Metro Park, yeah. No, I said if he stops here, I can pick him up.
Edison is very close. Edison is very close by. It's just 1 mile from here.
Oh, that's it.
On a good day you can walk also, but just I'm giving you that proximity. That's the proximity.
Okay. Yeah, that should be. So New Jersey Turnpike is the same thing that they take a Metro Park, the one for the stuff away within the city.
No, it's different.
It's different.
No, you have to take the C or the E.
So
from
I will take. I'll take number 7.
For number 7
Times Square.
Oh, then you
go up to Penn.
Yeah.
Then take the New Jersey.
Yeah.
After this stop at
Edison.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone stops. If you decide, let me know.
Okay, sure.
It is a bit time consuming, but you can relax.
Yeah, that's fine.
You sleep,
Because
study,
I was
catch up.
yesterday, and it told me, from my home, from First Point and to your point, door to door, I think it takes
2
about
hours,
2 hours.
15 minutes. Yeah, 2 hours to 2
And
hours.
this, the car, driving it said like 1 hour, like 54 minutes to be exact.
Right.
But it took me like, almost 2 hours.
Right.
Almost 2 hours. With the traffic.
The only thing with driving, you're depreciating your car, you are depreciating yourself.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
This way will be all empty also.
Yeah.
Nobody comes this way.
Yeah.
Right.
I see here, Bhavna, Introduction to SAP by Dr. Vishal Sikka.
Okay.
Why don't you see it? It's there.
Uh,
They cannot take away this presentation. This is a very good one. Open SAP
okay.
is one very good course. It's free. It's an introduction. It gives you, you can spend time in expanding your general knowledge on HANA site. OpenSAP.com.
Okay.
Open.sap.com. The
Okay.
Introduction to SAP HANA by Dr. Vishal Sikka. I can't
Okay.
download this. That is the problem. See here, they don't have the download option.
Right.
Let me
Okay.
see if I can download from here. This is usually the downloads. Yeah, see these videos we have to download.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a fast internet, you can download. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
This is what I was telling guys. Open.sap.com. Dr. Vishal Sikka's one. It is better you hear this. I feel open.sap.com is free. You can reserve it, and the most important thing is don't try to. There are some people who are over enthusiastic. Don't spend your energy in all directions. First, learn the books what we are having here. Focus on them because that's the meat and bread and butter. Of course, when you are like traveling or doing, even when you're driving, just listen to what he's talking. Download and listen to. But when you're sitting for 1 hour for study, don't try to listen to Vishal Sikka because this takes around 2 to 3 hours. So you lose focus. You have a lot of material guys. Material is not a problem. At our times when I started SAP, material was the biggest problem. Yeah.
First book I bought was 56. Only like 50 pages, nothing in it, just high level.
Very high level. And that too, the documentation used to be in German at the time.
That's right.
Wow. Yeah, another challenge.
Right. So during this course, how many projects are we going to work on?
Okay, let me tell you this. Nothing like a project. It will be in each unit is an exercise in itself. That itself is a part of a project. So all together is one project. So you can't miss.
Okay.
And say I'll catch up next week. You can't do that. So you'll be developing a model. To do, you have to know your chart of accounts first. That's your very fundamental, right? But which accounts is that where my spend is going, right? Which is collecting my spend, either a subledger account or a GL account, right? You need to know these. Yes. No, keep that open because it's too hot. Sorry. Yeah, no problem. I think the AC is not working. I think. So what I refer is that what I'm telling is that, so what would you do if I give you this project? You'll first of all, you'll try to go to your chart of accounts and figure out which are the AP accounts, right? At a subledger level and a general ledger level. You'll take those accounts and build a master data that is required for your model. You don't need all accounts, right? You may have 2,000 accounts. You may need 30 or 40 of them. So in your model, you'll say that these are the chart of accounts which I want. After that, what you'll do, you'll try to see where the transactions are happening, where I'm paying to the vendors. So they are in tables in SAP, they are in tables. So you'll try to go to those tables. Okay? Like BSID, BSAT, BSID, BSAT, these are the tables. You'll get transactions associated with that. Now you have master data, you have transactional data, and you try to associate these two in a model. And then on top of it, you'll write, if needed, you'll write some query. You'll write some logic to join them because they may. So you'll write some logic on. For that, we use a SQL script. Got it? Okay. So that's the development portion of it. Then, when you execute that, you'll present it on a report like a AO or a Lumira. These are the two commonly used tools which we'll be introducing you to. AO, analysis for office, which is nothing but your Pioneer and all that in old BO, business objects world.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, AO is what?
Analysis for office. Office means MS.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Analysis for office on OLAP.
Similar to live office.
Yeah. Microsoft Live Office. Yeah. But this is more SAP macros are written on top of it.
Okay.
That is the difference. AO and Lumira is another tool which is Lumira, Lumira, is another visualization, data visualization tool. So we take this data of the global spend and you visualize it the way you want in a graph chart, dot pattern, matrix, whatever your choice is. So this is how a project runs usually. So the main thing is on the blueprint. Can a modeler know that? May not be. So we need a business analyst or a functional lead who understands this and gives you that model. Then you take those tables and all that, then you build the models in HANA. Got it? So this is what I was expecting, like when you interview, that this is what you have done in a project you have to tell.
Then you'll have like more interaction with the clients also, right? Getting all their brains.
The most of your time is there only.
Yeah.
You have to understand, first of all, you have to understand what your CIO means global spend. Everybody's meaning of global spend is different.
Yeah.
You have to get clarification on what's the spend is. And how to figure out the spend in the system is your job. He will not care for that. That's your job. You have to find out what that spend is. Yeah. For that, you may have to talk to FICO people that what is because in a general ledger you have two entries, right? One for the vendor side of it and one from the accounting side of it, right? Which entries you have to take to figure out the spend. So you have to eliminate the other side of the other entry basically. So this is all, it depends from business to business. That changes. I'm just giving you an example. Okay, so I hope everyone is back online also.
Yeah.
I don't know the time. Yep, I see all three.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start. So very basics, you already, some people might be knowing this, but still I want to cover it for those who don't know, because I don't know who knows this and who doesn't know. That what are the problems which we generally face, even if we have a very good IT system? What are the general problems we face? The first problem we face is information explosion. I have data. It's there. It's in huge amount of data is there. Your job as a HANA business analyst is to convert the data into information. That is your fundamental job. I have data lying everywhere. I have data lying, for example, you see the data explosion here. I have CRM data, I have inventory data, I have opportunities, I have transactions, I have COPA, controlling and profitability analysis. But this data is not aligned the way you want to measure the business. Ideally, what we do is we try to measure the business. That's all we do in HANA. Some are other KPIs we measure, key performance indicators, KPIs. Some are other KPIs we try to measure in the business, right? So our job is to collect the data which is lying and model it, right? So the main fundamental challenge here is the data is in various models in the ECC side. Okay. Let me explain first those things to you. Very basics, those who don't know SAP. So I have something called as ECC, Enterprise Central Component. This is the place where all the transactions happen. This is where the business is run. Okay, it doesn't care about reporting or anything. What it cares about is the throughput of your transaction. That how fast I can execute a transaction in the system, so that my business is not stopped because of the slowness of the system. That is my fundamental aim of this system, ECC. What business I do here? My customers, my vendors, I receive orders from my customers. I give orders to my vendors, right? I hire employees. I post GL documents, general ledger documents. So this is the business I'm doing here. So whatever I'm doing in the business, that is captured in the system, Enterprise Central Component. This is where you have all those modules, MMPP, FICO, and all that. This is an ocean in itself, but for our purposes, this is the application server where the business is happening. Okay, so our job is, this is my app server, and this is my HANA database. So technically my ECC system is residing on this HANA database. Okay, so when I do a transaction, it immediately goes and updates the HANA database in a real-time fashion. Real-time in the fashion means you post, you see it. Means you post a document or you hire an employee, immediately you'll see in the system. It is not like batch jobs. As you all know, there is something called as batch also. In batch jobs, what we do, for example, I used to work for insurance. In an insurance, what happens? Your front-end systems collect all your premium orders, right? So you go for a car insurance, some agent, he puts your order in a front-end system. That doesn't come to ECC immediately. That comes in the night when my batch job is run. A file is processed. A file is given to ECC and it processed, and then it puts the data accordingly in the ECC system. Got it? So but most of the ECC system, what does real time mean? The versatile concepts of HANA is, it is a real time system. What does that mean? I do any transaction here, immediately the database is updated. Okay, that is one of them, especially for the point of sale, which you are talking. In point of sale, what happens? I am having many sales centers at different places. I want to capture in real time the data, all the data, so that at any point of time, any second, I can know what is the inventory or what is left out or what is sold. I don't care much about what is sold, what is left out, so that I can promise whether I can give that or not. So that is what, yeah.
So if I understand, basically, HANA is a database that is based on ECC, but yet
it is not based on ECC. It's a database. I can put BW here. I can put BPC here. So since you have asked that question, I have to mention that I can put a BW system here. I can put a BPC system here. It doesn't matter which application it is. And a non-SAP. I can get data from a totally non-SAP system.
So basically, you're maintaining two things of the same kind at the same time. One for totally kind of storage purpose, record purpose.
Yeah. That
And
why these different systems? Yeah, they all are your enterprise SAP applications. I can have a PeopleSoft. This might be my PeopleSoft function.
Right.
Where I'm hiring employees and I'm storing payroll for them.
It's like just for the purpose of storage and record base. On the other hand, HANA is basically same thing, but
let me clarify that concept. This is what I was talking in orientation. Here it is acting as a database, but I can build an application on HANA also. It is not just a database. It started as a database. It started as a utility. The utilization of HANA started as a database, but the utilization of HANA is increasing day by day. Now I am also within my HANA database. I have a client here which understands HANA, and I can model using a studio. I can develop a model here also, like using a HANA studio to make it more clear. Using a HANA studio, using the data from HANA. This is my studio. Studio is a front-end tool with which you build the models in HANA, right? So I can take data from HANA, model it, but the data will be stored in this HANA database. Data will be stored in this HANA database. Studio is my tool to develop a model. But what is the data it is going to handle from ECC? The application.
So basically you're maintaining two databases at the same
time?
Not
a database. No, not two. It's only one. Okay, forget this picture. I'll ask this simple question. You run your business, right? You run your business.
Right.
To run your business, you capture the transactions in a system.
Right.
The moment you save it, where does it go?
Into the hard drive.
Into the hard drive, which is nothing but your database.
Right.
In your computer, it is a C drive. In enterprises, it is a separate database.
Right.
Now you wrote your own program. Okay, you wrote your own program, which will receive transactions, which will receive customers or vendors, and it will update the database, right? So that is what I'm trying to tell. You can write a program, okay, which will directly interact with. Bhavna, you have to mute yourself. Otherwise, I have to mute everyone, and then you can't ask questions. So
mine was already muted. I wasn't talking.
Oh, then I hear someone else. Sorry, Bhavna, it's not you. Everybody should mute. So I'm telling you can develop your own application on HANA other than the ECC application. In ECC, I have an application called production planning. You are not satisfied with that. You want to develop, then you will develop the studio. For both of them, the database is HANA only. Using that transaction or the program, if I receive some data, still I'll store in the same database. Or if I buy a SAP CCC program, that will also store in the HANA database. Got it? So here HANA is being used as a database as well as an application development tool. Both. Is that clear? Any ambiguity? Many people have ambiguity that HANA means just a database. No, it is more than a database. We will see how it is more than a database.
No, I was thinking things the otherwise. I mean, I was thinking it's a more of a kind of, to say, how should I say? It's sort of application sitting on the primary database, that is ECC. And
no, ECC is not a database, guys. ECC is application system. This is where your business is happening. It's an application.
Right. It's sitting on top of that ECC, and when you, for example, you set some sort of, reporting measures.
Reporting is on top of it. Reporting is here.
And when you click, and the HANA basically goes into ECC and gathers all of the information and brings it on the top.
That's correct. Your understanding is correct. When I model here in the Studio is just an external component of the HANA database, which I can, if I type something, it understands the HANA database. Whereas if I type in ECC, it may not go to HANA database directly. It has to go through a SAP ABAP program to update it. Got it?
So basically, you're saying HANA in ECC, they are basically two things running at at the same level, parallel to each other.
I want to parallel to each other. It takes data. HANA Studio doesn't store its own data or anything. It doesn't have its own dictionary or anything.
I think the clear
right.
We should go one step back.
Yeah.
I know what he's getting at. If you don't, let's not talk about HANA.
Yeah.
If it's just ECC, when I enter a transaction, we run a batch. It loads into some database.
Correct.
Right.
That can be Oracle or SQL Server or whatever.
That's one set of the rules, right?
Right.
HANA being application as well as database,
right?
In that sense, you're loading directly into it using the Studio modeler.
Right.
Right. So I think his question.
I'm not loading anything. I'm leveraging
it. Right. But that's real time. This was the transaction in the backend Oracle database next in the batch.
Okay, that's totally different question. I'll answer that also.
Right.
That's my confusion. You have two sets of data there. One is real time.
No, everything is real time HANA.
I agree with
that. First of all, is everybody clear with that? That HANA is my in-memory database. In-memory in the sense it is in your RAM.
Right.
Straight into the RAM.
Straight into the RAM. It didn't go to the C drive yet. Everything is in the RAM. It is in your zip drive.
So it's basically updating, in the real time while you're working. It's kind of your RAM that is working 24/7, not when you.
Unless you hit shut off button, your data is in the RAM. Whatever you do it in the RAM.
But where does it go from RAM?
From the RAM, it has a database component where it stores the data in form of tables. It has to store somewhere, right? Otherwise, if I pull the on, it is gone.
Right.
So to store that, you put that in the HANA database. And on top of it, since it's in memory, I also take a backup of the database every time into a persistent database, not in memory, into a real database.
That's okay.
That is this. This is a persistent data. This is in memory, and this is persistent.
So you get rid of the batch, right?
There is no batch concept in HANA.
So it's not there.
If you're putting your ECC on HANA, everything is real time.
So basically, the ECC and HANA are basically doing pretty much the same, but on a different level. For a different role.
ECC is for transaction. My ECC is on HANA. HANA business suite means what? My whole ECC, instead of an Oracle, it is on a HANA database. That is what the ECC HANA means.
I think that's
So basically, HANA, while giving out the data to ECC, it's also, kind of storing on its own, for its purpose.
No, not that. As instead of a Oracle, you're putting into your computer. Instead of storing on the C drive, you're storing it in the HANA database. That's all.
Which is in memory.
Which is in memory. Your RAM, you have a big RAM.
So you're not. You're not getting the entire data, on your hard drive. You just storing the tables.
No.
Okay. For example,
Everything you are storing, whatever you are trying to do, if you put even one letter or put one paragraph, all that is going into storing in the in-memory database.
Okay. Let me try to simplify this. So I'm sitting on a system. I'm selling glass of water. Right. So I enter one glass fold.
Right.
All right. So from there, every day I fold 500 glasses. And the next day 500 glasses. I fold one to you, your phone number, and
Which is master data.
Right, master data. Tell me from there, what role? I mean, I'm using let's say QuickBooks. Small software thing. From there, where does HANA plays the role? I mean, what does HANA do at this moment?
Before I go there, I think you're not clear with the client server concept. Let me clear that one. Sorry, Damon, you had a question. I'll come back to you. 1 second.
Sorry.
Because these basics are important, everybody should understand. Forget HANA for a minute, businesses. From an IT perspective, okay? From an IT perspective, I have something called as presentation server, which is your laptop. And your laptop has the GUI component, which understands the language of SAP, which is your application server, and your application server, say, is ECC. When you buy license from SAP, you buy license for all the programs they have written to process the business, right? This is what the software license you can put it on any hardware. They don't care about your hardware. When SAP sells you a license, they sell you license like the CD you get when you install Windows. They sell you the CD, right? That same CD is, you can think as the ECC license. You put it on an HP machine or a Fujitsu machine, they don't care.
Right.
That CD, right? So this is called your presentation server. This is called your application server. This is where the whole business logic is. Got it? And this business logic, this has a very finite, very finite capacity of storing data. Because every day, as you told, my 500 glasses are increasing every day, I need a large place to store the data. And that large place is known as database. That large place is known as database. Where I'm telling on day 1, 500 glasses, day 2, 300 glasses, day 4, 500 glasses, right? So that's your database layer. This is your database layer. You got it?
Right.
Technology. Irrespective whether it is SAP, PeopleSoft, or anything.
Right.
So I have a presentation server, which it understands. It has a client of this on this, which it understands when you type something, it goes and does whatever you have asked it to do, and it generates some data, and that data is stored in the database. Is everybody clear with this client-server technology?
Right.
Perfect. No. Only thing is, when I say it is on HANA, means instead of this database is a HANA database. It's an in-memory HANA database. This is not a regular traditional database. It's not an in-memory. But here it is an in-memory. That's the only thing.
Okay.
So I'm taking this out and I'm bringing a HANA database.
I
But the difference between the HANA database and the traditional database, HANA database has the capability to model also, whereas I can't model on a database layer. I have to model on an application layer only.
Right.
So it has a little extension called Studio, HANA Studio, where you can model it also. Still the data is stored in the database only. So what happens is, I'm coming back, guys. Sorry, give me 1 minute. Let me finish.
One thing, right?
Yeah, what I'll draw is, I'm putting a HANA Studio which acts also as an application layer, HANA Studio. Of my own, which is not given by SAP. Of my own, I'm developing an application that also will sit on this HANA database. Got it?
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
HANA Studio is where you write queries, or
Yes. HANA Studio is more, it's more called IDE, Integrated Development Environment. You do modeling there, you write your script, and you connect your external systems also. Access engine, which I was talking.
you can do more than SQL, like you can do ABAP and stuff.
Yes, all in HANA Studio. Going forward, that is what the SAP's direction is. Even for ECC, forget if you don't have HANA. Even for ECC, I'm going to use Studio as my development editor.
It's kind of like Eclipse for Java.
Pardon? Well,
Kind
here
of like Eclipse for Java.
it is the Eclipse. It is actually your 100%. Studio is nothing but a Eclipse-based tool. I didn't want to throw that jargon, but since those who can understand, they can. It's an Eclipse-based. It's a Java Eclipse-based tool, with which I can interact with the HANA database. It is my front-end layer with which I talk to the database, and it is based on Java Eclipse.
That's where you actually write the codes on
Here. So all this time you'll be spending time in this part.
Where?
In this HANA Studio.
Will be getting into Java?
No. Behind the scenes, no.
You know.
Behind the tool is developed on Java Eclipse. Using Java Eclipse.
Okay, no writing code, right?
No, there is writing of SQL.
SQL is IRV.
You can write if you are a ABAP. Yeah, you have to customize. I told you. You just can't get.
Customization is different, I believe, let's say about real hardcore programming in C, C++, whatever.
No, SQL's really
That's
SQL is
really right.
just
ABAP is
business language.
very easy.
ABAP is
It's English like a select start name where. That's all. Very simple.
Okay.
But it can be SQL, or nowadays SAP. All this SAP is written in a language called ABAP.
It's not that bad.
So nowadays, with from support pack 5 onwards, you can write either in SQL here, or you can also write using ABAP. Choice is yours. What skill set you have in your enterprise? If I have more ABAPers, I'll say forget SQL. Let's write everything in ABAP. Oh, I'm a new shop. I don't have ABAPers, but I have a lot of SQL developers. Write SQL. That's your choice. But SAP is trying to put both in one place.
Another question. When we're migrating from our traditional database to the HANA database, the traditional database is no longer in use.
Nope.
That's cool. Like you can.
You're good. You're smart. There is SAP HANA started as like that. It is known as HANA as a sidecar approach. What does that mean? That means that I have one Oracle database. where my main job is running. This is my Oracle, and I also have a database which is HANA, where it's a small footprint it has. SAP started like this only, that whatever are my high data intensive performance laggers, I will make them hit HANA database, which are regular ones, they will hit your Oracle database. Got it? This is known as HANA as a sidecar. Our HANA is a secondary database.
So they use HANA, small numbers to speed up their
Some of their slow performing tasks.
speeds up, and then HANA got bigger and bigger, and now can control everything.
Yes. It's an appliance platform. That's correct. That's the right word.
They're not using any other like Oracle or
No.
outsiders.
Yeah. So it's a threat to Oracle.
Yeah, is it? You know,
I mean, unless it comes up with something like this.
I mean, they are, I guess.
Huh?
This is resource hog, though, right?
Which one?
You're writing all these people going to HANA and live. Must be slow. Or is it
No.
very fast?
HANA is very fast. HANA is per performance. If I perform the same transaction here and here, there is at least 100 times minimum difference speed. Minimum is 100. They claim 3600, but let's take it is 100. Let's take the crap out of the marketing. At
Or
least
faster.
it's much more faster. In the lab, at least it was 3600 times faster. They experimented.
That means, I mean, if somebody is some organization, and
That's why listen to that Vishal Sikka. How did they? He will tell you, because he was the brain behind all this in SAP HANA. Dr. Vishal Sikka. He's the other. Sorry, Priya, you had a question. They reside here. If HANA is your database, they reside here. The physical table resides in the HANA. Here, this is only an application layer. I only have metadata here, but the actual data is in the database. Like he told, he puts 500 cups of water today. That goes and sits in the HANA. The record of that. Then tomorrow he puts another record that goes and sits in HANA. But the metadata is here. Metadata means about the table. The definition about the table is here. But the actual data is in the database. That is there in any client server. It is like that.
you mentioned in your on your slides, you know, everything is storing in this HANA.
Yes.
Now
Your future, your current
yeah.
HANA landscape is like this.
Now what about this? The last one, the first is
Okay, let me tell you.
is a backup.
It's a backup.
Right? So
Suppose
that
somebody
sound
pulls
can-
your plug. Suppose you are working on
That's one. The thing is going to store it at the same time, simultaneously. The moment I hit
no, they say
all the information on that HANA database.
yeah, no, it's not like immediately it goes. It is at a scheduled time.
Okay.
It is at a scheduled time.
So this is you have to.
Yeah, so that way I'm not losing. Suppose somebody pulls. Suppose you are working on a computer. You have not saved, and suddenly power is shut off. What happens? That Word document is gone, right?
Yeah, that's what exactly that's the inform.
Yeah.
And
So
that's
what
what
you do
you
when
gave
you
us
save,
earlier also, right?
when you save that, it goes and stays on your C drive. Similarly, in memory, it is there in memory until it loses all its data. It is there, but you may end up losing data. So we are taking another level of backup, which is a persistent backup.
Okay. For one step ahead, for once it has, for example, it has stored that data. What happens afterwards if you need that data again and get that? Would that be,
It's backup and the backup.
it's a backup only.
Yeah, so you'll recover that backup when you need. There is a database backup and a recovery also, right? You can recover that.
And that's another.
It is like this: you store something on your C drive, but as a backup, you keep it on your hard drive also, your portable hard drive. Add portable hard drive to your C drive. Suppose your C drive is wiped out for some reason. What you do, you take from your hard drive, and put it that on your C drive, right?
Right. So basically, okay, HANA is also keeping that database of like, let's say 5,000 transactions on its hand at the same moment as it has stored, you know, at a particular time, you know, another 5,000 goes in there, but it is storing all of the transactions.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So when you're doing the persistence, it's just a delta or?
Yeah, that's what
It's always data.
that's what it's called. That's what exactly it's called.
Persistent database, yeah.
And you can always retrieve all the data from the HANA database, actually, right?
Pardon?
You can always retrieve all your information from
It is
the
like this.
HANA database.
This is your C drive, and this is your hard disk.
Yes.
It's the portable hard disk.
Okay.
You can recover anytime from that. The moment you save on a C drive, at some point of time, it also saves on your hard disk, on your portable hard disk.
So is data like automatically stored on the persistent database, or we manually do it?
No, administrators does that. We don't do it as modelers, but administrators arrange they have a schedule. DBS. The DBS does those.
So that's what it calls HANA DBS.
Yeah, that requires HANA technical consultant. They are called HANA technical guys.
Okay, that's what they are. Okay.
We all are HANA application associates, or application developers.
That's what we are.
And they are HANA technical guys who maintain a HANA database, who do the backup recovery and all those things.
Okay.
But will that be like files, like backup files, or will that be another database? Like
It's a database.
Okay.
It's a database.
So that is HANA database?
It can be Oracle, or usually I think it is a MaxDB, if I know.
Okay.
But it can be Oracle, or it can be a SQL server, or anything.
Okay.
That depends on your enterprise.
Just curious, like, what's the frequency of storing the data on the persistent database? Like, is it done every day, or like every hour, or how does this work?
It is a schedule. You are going into databases, Vamna, but still, since you have asked that question, you have something called as an online backup, offline backup.
Mm-hmm.
So into online backup, I means immediately it stores. Offline backup means it is scheduled every half an hour or whatever. So it depends upon what is your database backup strategy.
Okay. So online backup would be something like cloud computing?
You can say
or cloud database, like, you know.
Okay, cloud, let me make concepts clear to you, the cloud. Okay, what is cloud? Cloud is nothing, cloud means somebody else is managing for you, or you are your own only. It can be your own hardware. It can be your own hardware, or it can be somebody's hardware. Somebody is managing it for you. That is what the cloud means. You want to put it, what do you mean you put it on the cloud means? It is like this. If I have a file, right, which I want to share with you, where I put it on my Google Drive is like your cloud. I'll put it on my Google Drive. What is the advantage? If I go tomorrow somewhere, I need not carry my portable hard disk, right? I need not carry my portable hard disk. Google Drive, and I'll retrieve the file from there. So that is the concept of cloud. Do you want to put it? It depends on your strategy. That do you want to put it on the cloud immediately when you save a file here, or do you want to put it in the night when all your files? That again completely depends. So cloud doesn't determine the. But if it is on cloud, it is available everywhere and anywhere. That is what. But how, when, at what frequency you are putting on your drive, Google Drive, that depends on you again, your enterprise.
So it's just basically thing, nothing else.
Cloud offers much more services. I'm just giving you the basic example.
These are like basically the third-party companies. That's what they do.
They are hosters, cloud hosting companies.
That's what.
They are cloud hosting companies.
And I believe there's another term in premise.
I'll tell you, on-premise and on-cloud. If you have it on your own, in your place, it's on-premise. No, this can all be on cloud.
Okay.
Don't worry, this all can be on cloud. Somebody else is managing for me. If I'm an AC company, I don't want to deal with this headache of hardware administration and everything. So I'll call a hosting company and tell, can you host these things for me? I will pay for you whatever you are asking, but I will not manage it. You manage it, you do the database backup, you do the recovery, you do everything for me. Only thing is, I will install my software, I'll give you my license, I'll give you my CD for the SAP. You build that application server, I'll build the application server, but you host it, manage it for me. So there are 3 tiers in cloud. There are tiers. You can do complete managed services, only hardware, or you can do only part of the hardware also. Like same hardware, they will give it to 10 different companies because they have that much of capacity, right? It is like I have a storehouse. I can give to 10 different companies to store their material. It is like that cloud. So Bhavna, tell me now. Yeah, what is your question?
Yeah. So basically, I was asking about the cloud computing only. Like basically, it's a database that is online. That is the difference between the persistent and the cloud. Like cloud, you can log in from anywhere, but persistence is basically on your system.
Yeah, persistence is it can be also from anywhere. My persistent database can be in Colorado, right? It can be in Colorado. Okay. I can, through my network, I can log into that and get it.
But it has to be like an in-company network kind of a thing. It's not that anybody can log in from anywhere.
Yes, it has to be an in-company. It is in the virtual private network of VPN network of your company.
Okay.
So my whole setup can be on the cloud. This whole setup can be on the cloud. I mean, somebody else is managing it for me. I am not going to take the ownership of all that. Only thing is, when I'm doing my transaction, it should update, and when I need it, it should retrieve. That's my business. So I can continue my business. In-premise means I am managing it. I am responsible. I buy the hardware. I am responsible. I own it. It is in my inventory. It is in my assets on my general ledger. That's what on-premise means.
Okay.
Are all these concepts getting clear?
I have one more question about the real-time concept.
Go ahead, Tommy. What is it?
Yeah, like if we generally see, like let's take the example of the buses that run on the roads in New York. They are not real-time, but like some of the subway lines they are, and like if you go to some other cities, even buses are real time. So do they use SAP HANA, or like what's the difference in technology that is not being applied here?
I don't understand. Buses not real time means?
I mean, like we do not get you know, the time when, like, you know, when the bus would be arriving, like in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah, that is because they are not on that system. The bus network is the bus network is not on their system, real-time system, whereas the means they didn't go live on the bus part of it on a real-time network.
Okay, are they using the HANA technology somewhere?
Not necessarily. They can use for that. They can see HANA is only for improving the performance and all that. Other than HANA, there are other solutions also. So they might not necessary that if it's the real time they are using only HANA. Not necessary. There are other HANA real time like Sybase IQ before HANA came. They could use Sybase IQ also.
Doing the trading wine stock.
Yeah, that's all real time. So they're not into HANA. They may have their own systems.
Okay.
So there are many real time systems. HANA is not the first one.
Okay.
What is the difference is HANA is for SAP. It's their own proprietary product. HANA is their own proprietary product. So now what slowly they are doing? What they are doing S4 HANA is this only. Slowly they're making, previously the CC system was agnostic to the database. It could sit on any database. It could run on any operating system. Correct? But now what they are slowly trying to do, they are trying to put all this application which only HANA database understands. Yeah. So that way, if somebody is buying ECC, they have to buy HANA.
So basically, they are trying to promote SAP HANA and SAP products more than the other ones.
Competition.
Yeah.
So like they started as like psychic, but they're getting into the main. They have got into the mainstream, and they're trying to capture the mainstream totally.
Yeah. Only thing is now your application, you need to have a. If suppose I have a Oracle, you need to have a client for the Oracle on your application server.
Okay.
You need to have a client here which understands basically Oracle. It acts like a middleman between your SAP and your Oracle.
Okay.
Yeah. So that will be the way. Instead of Oracle, you will have a HANA client there.
Okay.
Your application is remaining same. Your application is still agnostic, but you will have a HANA client which understands HANA database only. You can put Oracle client also, but I would not put. When I have HANA database in memory, why would I put another database?
Right.
But if you want to put, you can put. SAP is not trying to close that route.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys had any question? So this is what is the basics of HANA. Got it? Now let's deep dive into it. Let me know if you guys are hungry. Otherwise, I'm assuming that you are not hungry. Bad assumption. Only thing is, after lunch, my experience is people sleep. So I want to defer their lunch time.
If we do like in last 15 minutes, that's right.
Yeah.
Close to it.
Pick me up. Okay, so why HANA? Let's understand why HANA. Okay, because my enterprises are, as I have told you, enterprises, we are accumulating data. Like I told you a simple example, right? 2 million sales orders per day in Unilever, right? That is just a tip of the iceberg. So only SD data I told you, sales and distribution data. Similarly, you have an equivalent FI data. Similarly, you will have an equivalent production planning data, right? So much of data is getting accumulated. If I try to store on the traditional database, not an in-memory, and I try to retrieve something, my time takes longer. So my hourglass will go sit for longer and longer and longer, which enterprises cannot wait. So my idea is to reduce the throughput of the transaction, that as fast as possible, I can complete a transaction. You must have seen when you hit a sales order button on an SAP screen, immediately it goes and commits to the database and comes back to you, right? And let me tell you, users don't want to wait that much time also. On a traditional database I'm talking. On a HANA database, it will be much, much more faster than that. So that is what we are trying to replace the traditional databases with HANA databases. How? We will see how it is, what is the technology, what are the software drivers, what are the hardware drivers. We will see that how it is enabling that. So our number one reality is information explosion. So I want to make this data into information. That is my main aim, right, of a IT system. IT has two components. One is capture the transaction, two, analyze the transaction. So capture the transaction business is ECC. Analyze the transaction process is the analytics part of it. So this HANA is mainly for the analytics part of it. So what are our main challenges of IT? Cost-effective management of large data volume, right? Immediate answer to any question. These are all diametrically opposite. They are like trade-offs. You'll say, I will store each and every transaction in a database. No problem. But what is the cost of it? It is very like to retrieve some data out of it. Immediate answer to any question? No. Sorry, you have to wait for half an hour to give you that answer. Will you wait? You'll say, I don't like this system. Forget. in SAP BW, 45 seconds is the time limit we set on the web application server. People don't want to wait 45 seconds also. They want like this, they want to know the data. If they see the hourglass for 45 minutes, they open a ticket saying SAP is slow, BW is slow. No, these are practicalities. So that's why SAP came with this HANA concept. Current and complete, and they want complete information and most recent information. They don't want to yesterday's data. They don't want to wait. Especially for those who are finance people, they can understand the closing part of it. I have closed the books today. I have closed the books and I moved the data to my reporting system. So there I did my trial balance. Trial balance means I see whether my assets and liabilities are matching or not. That's all trial balance means, right? So I see something is not matching. So what immediately I do, I come to my ECC system and I try to adjust that. We don't know, accountants know the knowledge. They know how, okay, this entry is missing or this entry is missing, or they will figure that out and they will try to post a journal entry. It's called MJE, manual journal entry. To balance that, they will post one entry. But that entry doesn't go to my reporting system until the schedule I have. The schedule is nightly, usually is nightly. So why it is not current? So if a user runs a report today morning and still the trial balance until tomorrow morning will be same what it was today morning, until I put the journal entry which I have done immediately to the BW system. So usually my reporting systems are not current. Okay. For that reason, my BW and BPC are also coming into HANA. That is a different world, I'll tell you later. Okay. So these are your challenges. My current and complete information I want. Okay. Complete. Why? In a reporting system, my information is not complete. Why it is not complete? Because I don't store all the granularity I have in ECC. In my OLTP systems, OLTP means online transaction processing. That's where the business is happening. Here I store all the details. If I'm dealing with a customer, I store his address, I store his bank details and everything. Whereas in a reporting system, I don't store all the details of the customer. I only store what I need for my analysis. So I don't have complete information on my reporting systems, right? And they are not current also. So these are the fundamental challenges of your IT, right? Most of the times you must have heard this from the users, right? They complain that, oh, I'm not getting faster data, it's not current and complete, and as a IT head, they will say to give you this, it will cost me this. Then because they are the ones who sponsor your projects, they'll say, sorry, we cannot give you money. But we want fast and we want latest. So to solve these problems, SAP came with this. I'm just giving you this background so that you understand. Okay? So these are our challenges. We don't have a flexible, I have to have a very, like, if suppose ABAP is the language, do I have more ABAPers or more SQL developers in the market? Who are more, ABAPers or SQL developers? SQL, right? So that's why SAP tried to stay away from, yeah, they want to have a generic skill, right? So I don't need that much skilled workforce. And it should be scalable. What does scalability mean? Grow. My data at AIG, when I was working at AIG, our data was growing at like half terabyte per month. Half terabyte. So I should have a system which is able or capable to scale it up and also give an equivalent performance. Okay. And of course, real time I need immediate results. I don't want to wait 2 more days, and I don't want very complex landscape. What does this complex landscape mean? What happens is that you need to have, you'll say, I will build aggregates. Okay. You'll say, I'll build to give you the data immediately. I have a granular data. At a very granular level, I have the data, and to retrieve that, I have very much problem. So what I'll say is that before giving it to you, I'll aggregate and keep it in another place, right? So you are increasing the footprint of your system. So these are your volume and complexity challenges, right? So these all boil down to these drawbacks, right? Suboptimal execution speed, lack of transparency, reactive business model. That means, what are the repercussions of these? The repercussions is I'm missing opportunities, right? If I don't have data at my fingertips, I don't know what is the inventory. I may say I got a customer, I don't know the inventory. I may say him, sorry, your delivery date will be 3 days later. He may go away, but practically you may have an inventory somewhere in other warehouses, right? But you don't have that updated in your system. So you are missing opportunities and naturally competitive disadvantage. This is the technical thing of it. Since it is on the runtime, I don't have to pre-aggregate it and keep it. In pre-aggregation, I have two issues. Issue number one, the time it takes to aggregate. The second is unnecessary footprint. Unnecessarily, I'm storing redundantly the same data in a different level at a different time, right? So that is what the need for aggregation is. Outdated figures because they are not real time, and guessing the current solution. Because I don't know the latest, I have to extrapolate my yesterday night's data to figure out what could be the possibility. So I don't have to guess if I have real-time data. And this is the main complaint, that lack of responsiveness and unsupported business processes. So all this led to the SAP HANA value proposition. This is what SAP made SAP to so here they have found that the reporting is 3,600 times faster, they say. In cases it is some, but not in all cases, but it is faster than usual, okay? And data records analyzed in less than a second. 460, this is what Vishal Sikka's figure is. 460 billion rows it analyzed. It scanned 460 billion rows under a second. That's the speed of HANA. Okay. And of course,
the computer was 64 KB.
Yeah. RAM.
KB. Was the first computer made in Barcelona.
And of course, the finally why we are implementing HANA is to basically increase your throughput, decrease your basically cost of owning it, TCO. The total cost of ownership of that is less. So they saw that 21% average increase in revenue once you have implemented the HANA systems. Why? The fundamental thing is you took out all your aggregates. You took out your aggregates means you are not paying for the space, right? You are not paying for maintaining it, development, because aggregates have to be maintained. So there itself you are having a very good leverage. You are leveraging most of the cost there itself. Also, your IT landscapes are reduced. They are becoming leaner and leaner. The moment you implement HANA, they are becoming leaner and leaner. So naturally, your total IT footprint is reduced. Okay. Of course, your initial cost is high for the license and everything. That's what you have to evaluate when you're doing your cost-benefit analysis. That am I getting sufficient advantage when I'm moving to HANA? These are some lab results I think they have given. You can go through that. So let's understand this. What is HANA? What HANA can do? HANA basically is, it can be an appliance software, right? It can be an appliance software. It can be a database. It can be on the cloud also. We can put this HANA application on the cloud also. Now, let's understand first this. What is this appliance as an application software? Application software means I can interact with a web-based system. Suppose I have a web-based system currently up and running. Okay, I can integrate that web-based application onto the HANA system. Before SP5, that was not possible. But from SP5 onwards, they have something called as Access Server, which I'll show you in the architecture. There, I could do the HANA. I can put the external applications integrated into my HANA landscape, right? That is what. And here, application means applications powered by SAP HANA. That means my database is HANA, my application understands HANA, I have the HANA client, and I can run everything on HANA. That is the difference between these two. HANA as an appliance, HANA as an here application. Understood the difference, the utilization? And of course, you can do all this using the studio. And here HANA is acting like a platform. Got it?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat?
Yeah, what I'm trying to tell Bhavna here is, what is that?
Can we close the door for a little bit?
Sure. I know it's lunchtime for them. If you guys, we can also break for lunch. If you are hungry, let me. I'll keep it little sound. Okay. So what I was explaining is, HANA can, if I have a SAP application, I can completely integrate into HANA. If I don't have an SAP, it's a non-SAP application, that also I can integrate with HANA using this HANA as an appliance software. Okay. Means I can put in a web application, web one using the HANA. This I can put my ECC BW here. I can put my ECC BW SRM CRM of SAP powered by HANA. SAP powered by HANA. Those applications powered by HANA. That is the difference.
Okay. Okay.
Of course, these are some technology drivers which you must have already read. That your CPU power has increased. Irrespective of HANA, your CPU processing power has increased because they are double density, dual cores, multi-cores, right? So naturally your CPU capacity has increased. Your memory is getting cheaper and cheaper by the day. Previously, RAM was very expensive. Now the RAM is becoming very cheaper. And your addressable memory is also increasing. Addressable memory means your RAM. This is your main memory. This is your RAM and cache. And of course, network speed is also increasing. Because of all these evolutions. Of course, search engine also has a lot of advantages. And how did SAP has leveraged all these technology drivers? So first of all, it has done a multi-core architecture. What is multi-core architecture? That means my same data can be parsed and analyzed at the same time on different processors, on different CPUs at the same time. So that way, it is called DOP, degree of parallelism. I can run my query on different segments on multi-cores, on mini cores of the processors. I can break it and I can run it. This is called massive parallel processing, MPP. Massive parallel processing. That is one of it. So what is a multi-core architecture? It has 8 CPUs. Physically, you have got in one core, you've got 8 CPUs by 10 cores per blade. Blades like a rack. It is like a rack, and each rack has got blades, and each blade has got these CPUs. Right? This is how physically a HANA, right? Each blade. So I'm scalable. I can on my rack, if I build a big chassis, I can keep adding rack. I can keep adding the blades to it. So that way, automatically, I'm scaling it up. Of course, this chassis design and all that depends upon how much data you are going to have, how much you are going to explode and all that. So based on that, you build your chassis. Your chassis means your chassis can have 5 racks, or your chassis can have 20 racks. It depends upon your data requirements, right?
Hardware chips.
They are the hardware vendors are main. Previously, they were IBM, and Fujitsu is now a big player. IBM and HP were main ones which when HANA was started, but now many companies came into it. Yeah. And when you buy license of SAP, you have to have a contract with a particular hardware vendor, because SAP gives that software to them which they put on that hardware. So multi-core architecture is possible, and massive parallel processing. He wrote here massive parallel processing. Okay, and what are the so you know the 34-bit and the 64-bit address space concepts. What does that mean? Previously, you know, all your computers, I think they're not very latest and greatest, they're all at 32-bit, right? 32-bit memory space. But nowadays, with they have, that is the advantage with it. That means, okay? This also helps basically in your cache. Your cache thing happens. CPU has a cache. Central processing unit of your HANA appliance has each CPU has a cache. Cache is the place where the actual processing happens. So that means you're more horsepower to process that now with a 32-bit. So that is another advantage which they have. 64-bit byte in current servers. Okay, for some servers they have put 1 terabyte memory. RAM, 1 terabyte RAM. Can you understand a 1 terabyte RAM means what it is? Yeah. And dramatic decline in the price and performance, of course, definitely. So what did SAP leverage out of it? What is this?
Trillion.
Yeah, a trillion gigabytes, 1 terabyte.
It's as hard for me to understand as hard for them to understand 64 KB.
Yeah, 10 to the power 9, 1 terabyte. That much RAM we have.
Don't have to bother with it. They have enough.
You just think about it, it's there, right?
That's it. Just don't worry about it.
Don't even have to press the button.
So these are the technology innovations which brought HANA. That's what I'm just giving a background. Nothing. These are not important from any aspect. But if you have the understanding, you can. This is important. This part is what SAP has done. Apart from the technology innovations, what SAP has done from a software perspective. This is SAP software technology. I have changed the way I'm addressing the database, which is from a row to a column. I'll go in detail how row helps, where row helps, where column helps, and how this is one of the factors. Row and column store compression. The moment I make a database from a row to a column, my compression ratios are very high. My compression ratios, if I have the compression ratio very high, I can store large data in a very small place, in small volume, basically. Partitioning, this is what the MPP is. I keep my data into different processors so that each part is handled independently. Suppose if I have to analyze from 2009 to 2014, okay, the data, I'll put 2009 in one partition, 2010 in one partition, 2011 in another partition. So what will happen? When I query between 2009 and 2014, I'm going to 3 different partitions and I'm working on them. So that means I can do my parallelism very effectively. No aggregate tables. I'm not storing any aggregation. Okay, I'm not pre-aggregating. I'm aggregating on the fly. And once the program is done, that memory is cleaned out. So I'm not storing anything persistently, the aggregates. And insert only on delta. Very important concept I'll explain. What is insert only on delta? That means that's what people think. Insert only on delta means Of course, it is a change, but what is the change? It is not the transactional data change. Of course, transactional data drives it. I'm keeping everything in a, I'm not inserting directly to a delta memory, and from delta memory, I'm putting that into the main memory. What is the difference for now before lunch? What is the difference? Is my main memory is sorted. The moment I try to put a data into a sorted database, it takes a lot of time. So I don't want to waste time in sorting the data while updating it. So in a delta store, what I do in a delta one, I don't care about sorting. I just receive it and keep it. In the delta merge, insert only on delta. In the delta merge, at a later point of time, I will sort, but I will not stop the transaction happening. Point of time sale. That is what. At a point of time sale, what I do, I receive it into my delta merge, where it is, I don't care about sorting. At a later point of time, I will sort it.
This is later point of time. What kind of delay are you talking about?
Very, yeah, you have to design that, but it's not very much. It's like less than a, I would say, minute or a seconds also.
So the reason was because if you want to find that data.
No, okay, don't worry about that part. When you want to find the data is always in the delta memory and the main memory. So you will find the data anytime. Internally, it updates later.
Can you define this delta thing again, basically?
Yeah.
Delta memory.
Don't worry, I'll go in detail of that. Like, at least there is a 5-minute detail on that. But for now, you understand that I have something in the main memory. Usually my data is sorted. Why it is sorted, all we will talk about later. Okay. So I give you a sorted structure. Okay, and I give you one more record. And if I ask you to put that record, what you have to do, you have to resort it, right? You have to figure out where I have to keep this. You know, most of the time in the data processing, sorting is the main thing which takes time. Do you all know that?
Right, of course.
Sorting is where the expense is, the most expensive. That's where the data is, or the performance or the time is more. So to a sorted database, if I want to insert a new record, it takes time. So what I do is that I'll say I'll update the main memory later. I'll receive it in a non-sorted one. I don't care. It comes as it comes. And then later I will sort it. But if you have to report on it, it will report on both. As he asked, he wants to know the point of time sale. It is not that the main memory is only giving. It's a delta memory also. Got it? That is what is insert only on delta. It's called delta merge. The word is delta merge.
It kind of sounds like merge sorted.
Yes, it is. It is that concept only.
We'll get back to this thing, right?
Yeah, we'll go to get back in detail.
Standard.
Okay, guys, we'll break for here because this is a different concept. I don't want to start now. HANA architecture. Okay. We'll break. What is the time?
It's 1:32.
We'll try to reconvene around 2:15. Okay, is that okay? Is it very short?
That sounds good.
Yeah. 2:15. Half an hour is too late. I can't finish my food in half an hour. I eat a lot.
Yeah, good question.
Sure.
From the R3 period, ECC, what's the difference from ECC?
सेम है ECC R3 को जब आपने नेटवीवर पे रख दिया ना उसको ECC बोल दिया वो पहले नेटवीवर पे नहीं होता था
अच्छा किसी को आज आपने जो दिखाया ना क्लास चल रहा है आज तक मैं पूछता रहा हूँ जो लोग ऐसे में काम करते हैं R3 क्या है आज तक किसी ने जवाब नहीं दिया राइट that's the three application server application R का 3 tier
yeah
3 tier right my server is 2 tier
yeah
right so R3 is that
now you know that we are moving from R2 to R3 to S4 now it is S4
now it's S4 so I'll have to catch up on that so but anyway I just want to clarify that.
Yeah sure second
class R3 is going to be
no R3
S4 is going to be in I think it's already there right S4 is already, but it's pretty new, I guess, right?
Yeah, it is new. They are porting. They have to they're rewriting the application. From an R3 to S4,
so
which is on HANA.
Means there won't be any R3.
R3 is already gone. It is not ECC.
It's gone.
It's already gone. I'll explain what is the difference between R3.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
business context.
Yes.
I have prepared on some purchase order, sales order.
I'll explain you. Don't worry.
The GL.
General ledger, yeah. That's where people don't understand.
Yeah, completely I don't know because my husband.
He's on the MM and PP side,
Yeah,
so he can make you understand.
Sales,
yeah.
And APAR, just.
Yeah. Whatever
and
you want.
Tables.
Yeah, I'll explain.
This time can we work on different tables?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Whatever tables you want, we'll work on those.
And you were telling about something in the interview, just in the middle of the class. These where I expect you.
Yeah, remember I'm telling you on the global spend how you have to model, that's what you have to explain, that how you have done a project. Like I took this global spend, I broke down into global spend, spend.
Okay.
How you did your global spend. So you'll take these components and break into master data, transaction data, and all this. That's what I was telling, that how you did a project, you have to explain them.
That's what you meant, business context.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Global spend.
That is one project. It's not the main. There are many projects like that. That's what. So you in this class you work more on the business side of it.
Yeah.
Because the technical part you already know. Didn't you learn?
Yeah.
No, so what happens is it's a very small company. They have proprietary tools, and this is what they do. The whole goal is data from any source loaded into SAP, master data, or transaction data, right? So it's very tough to do that because it could be on a piece of paper, it could be Excel, it could be a text file. So he's built all this process. So if you go through the whole process, it's very easy to load data, and it's very. They charge $350 an hour for consultants. Yeah. Yep. And we didn't get paid like that, but I did get paid.
Oh yeah, you know how that works, right? Like
they make a lot more money.
Yeah.
So what happens is you go there, and the CEO, he meets you for a training course. Just to see. Husband is the technical person. Was, and he would ask you, what did you work? What do you have? Over dinner, having drinks. Then some partners, senior partners, will come with the client. And then that's first night you relax. Next day morning, that's what happens. You go to class, they have a lab like this, bigger, upstairs. So they take two of their tools. So this is our tool. So one tool is to bring data in, and the other tool is doing some reporting. So, and this is something new. We have never seen anything like this. Very different. So you say, okay, this is another 2 days, then you go to lunch, and then again, work class more. That's Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday I have an exam. So they give you, questions, how to they give you the questions, go ahead, do it. And they have a competition, who does the fastest, he gets hired.
Oh.
The fastest one gets hired. So it was, I think, about 10 or 11 of us, and they hired these 4 people. It was very interesting.
It's very interesting.
I like those interviews. I like to interact.
Yeah.
You should, always. Don't ever let them maintain the thing. Just find those people don't know. They're asked to ask this question.
Yeah.
You should ask them back. So they say, how do you do this? And if you don't know the answer, well, I'm not sure, but could you tell me how you really do it? And watch it, they will not know how to do it.
What is that?
No, they interview question. He said 3 days, how that interview go?
Yeah, that's how fun of it.
That was actually the best one of my life.
I gave one interview where they made me sit on the system, do a web program, debug. They gave me a short dump.
Oh, I've gone through that also. Yeah, I want to coach another store. My interview with them was, this lady says to me, here's a program. Find all these, tell me what each part of the program does. And there's a bug. When you execute it, there's going to be a bug. Can you fix it? Look at the dump. So like, we do it every day, so it's much easier at that time period. But if somebody who didn't know, sitting there.
That's what they wanted to test out. Are you really hands-on or not?
Oh, this guy basically wanted me to learn his application.
Right, back office.
Yeah, at least 2 part of it, and says, can you do this now? And we had 10 people, 9 or 10, and he says, we're going to take the fastest ones. So we only took 4 people.
Wow.
But the work environment is like that.
Yeah.
6 in the morning they would reach. They were all kids, very old guys. And then from 6 in the morning they're there to 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's nothing for them.
And I want to go home.
Yeah.
This is not real life. Even though they're paying you well. And it's like going live. This is like every day.
I know the.
Some guys are 36 hours.
Yeah, they do it.
No, the older guy, 36.
Yeah.
How can you think?
I'm not made up.
He was making money.
But this was not like
How much they charge?
No.
$350 an hour. At that time, my time period. I don't know how it is.
They came to present us. We
Very expensive.
didn't like
Yeah.
the product. We didn't find any value add, so we didn't. I was sitting in the decision board. That's how I know them. Then they told how they hire and all this.
Yeah, J&J uses them extensively. Any data migration, J&J. All the data is getting loaded in J&J right now from all the legacy systems.
It's through back office.
what did they do?
What their goals and what they do is they take data from any source and load it into SAP. That's the whole forte.
Okay.
So they have a lot of little tools in the middle, reporting and stuff like that. To show you what data looks like. If data is this what you want to know, if You don't want to know this, and what do you want to know, and all that, maintenance and stuff like that. Okay. So the guy doing the whole process, the methodology, workflow. No, Massachusetts.
Yeah, from Mass.
Right.
He sold the company for a couple $100 million. He had a better offer. He made a mistake. He got greedy. In 2005, he had an offer of $650 from Accenture.
And he didn't sell
He
that.
said, no, I want to hit $1 billion. And he didn't make it. So then things started going down.
Let me get whatever.
But he bought half of Cape Cod, which is a very expensive real estate. Good for him.
Okay, guys, let's not sleep. That's why in the second half, what
That's
I
why we
did-
need biryani, right? That's right, otherwise you're gone.
So what we'll try to do is, I'll just explain on concept and I'll directly take you to the studio. That way you can do something on the studio. So that way you won't sleep. Okay. But before going to studio, you have to understand this concept. What is the high-level architecture? This is a very high-level architecture of SAP HANA. Okay. So when you are saying a HANA server, this is what you are seeing here. I hope online Bhavna and Ari and Veera, they are there.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah,
Hello.
I am there.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm here too.
Thanks. Okay. So what here I'm explaining here is how is the HANA architecture. This box. So physically, what does HANA mean is this box. This box is HANA. Okay. This what you are seeing here. I'm unable to highlight that. So what does it contain? As I have told you, the top layer, not top layer, but this is the studio where you configure basically. And from a studio, you have a database, the calculation engine, row and what are these? You do two main things in HANA. Fundamental two things. One is scanning, and one is joins, and one is calculation. These are the two fundamental things you do in HANA, right? You either join to
One is what? Joins?
Join. Yeah.
Okay.
Join, because you have to integrate the data, right? So you do a join or
Right.
you do calculation. And that calculation can be aggregation, min, max, sort, whatever. That depends on your requirement. So that is why you have engine. Okay? So you have two engines, join engine and calculation engine. Join engine and calculation engine. There is another engine called OLAP engine also. OLAP, what it does the analytics of it. We'll get into those details later. But these are the two fundamental engines, which is calculation engine and the join engine. Then you have a row and column in memory. Okay. This is where the actual tables are. If I'm storing some data, when I say I'm storing data for a table, it gets stored in this section. It gets stored in the section of row, column in memory. Got it? So all my tables, irrespective of whether they're system tables or application tables, they are stored in this row and in column in memory location. How the data comes into HANA? The data can come into HANA in two ways, either through a real-time replication or through a batch. What does that mean? That means I can directly post data into the HANA database, which is the real-time application, and that is known as replication. SAP uses a tool and a concept called SLT, System Landscape Transformation, SLT. What is replication means? Replication means you are just copying basically. You are copying whatever happened in the transaction, you are copying, right? So similarly here, replication means there is a DB trigger. The moment a change in a database happens, it initiates a trigger. Got it? It initiates a trigger. And that trigger is read by the SLT and put it into the HANA. Okay, that is how it happens. Suppose I changed a record in a database. Okay, I changed a record in a database. That change is captured by the trigger. Trigger has the intelligence, programmatic intelligence to figure out the change and send the same change via replication into the HANA. So that is why it is real time and it happens instantaneously. It's not asynchronous, it is synchronous. Okay. So that is what real time data if you want. But you can also have batch data using data services, business objects data services. This is what I was asking you, Lavanya. So data services is another tool in which the data can come into the HANA. Got it? So your core HANA is Studio database, which includes this calculation engine and row and in column memory. Got it? And of course real-time replication and interface to the database services. So when do I use this? When do I use this? Depending upon when I want non-structured data. Usually the data is structured, right? It's structured with respect to rows and columns, right? When it is a text data which is not structured, you cannot divide the text, a paragraph into a row and a column, right? Which is the social media data. So non-structured and non-SAP data is usually routed through business objects data services. Structured data and SAP applications are routed through real-time applications. Some of the SAP applications can also go through data services. So around the third week or sometimes second day or third week, we'll be doing data provisioning where we will be importing data into HANA. One of the source is data services. One of the source is replication. One of the source something is called DXC. I'll explain later, direct extractor connection. So this is the big picture. And on top of this HANA is where you have a BI solutions, which is a SAP business objects or any other reporting tool which you want to use like Cognos or anything.
Structured data and SAP data real-time.
No, yeah, structured and SAP's data. And
so non-SAP and non-structured.
Yeah, because data services has the ability to process unstructured data. Unstructured, which is not like in a row and a column format.
Non-SAP also. But
and non-SAP also.
But in the PDF they give an SAP and non-SAP.
Where?
In all the PDF.
Right. Oh, yeah, I can get SAP data also through BODS. That's the example we have done. You remember in our last class? We imported Mara table and all that. So SAP data also I can get here, which is structured. Or I can get non-SAP data also which is structured, or non-SAP, non-structured data also I can get. All these I can get through BOD. Pardon?
Why not SLT and why we are going?
No, for unstructured I can't use SLT. For unstructured data I have to use data services. You have actually nowadays you have an engine which can process unstructured text data also. Text, it's called text analytics. But SAP's direction is you should use data services because that's your migration tool, especially for non-SAP data and unstructured data. That is the general direction SAP follows. It doesn't mean that you cannot use. You can use. You can use. And you can use non-SAP data also through a text engine. You can get data into HANA. But the preferred direction is to use SAP's BODS as the standard tool to get data into HANA. Got it? Got this HANA architecture picture? This is from a product perspective. Let's understand. We should have some picture somewhere where what happens in a what is that? SLT, System Landscape Transformation. That's the replication. Using SLT, I replicate the data real time into HANA. So why, this is what I was explaining the other day, that why we are trying to go towards HANA. So what is our main problem? Our main problem is this. If you see, I have a CPU where my cache is there, CPU cache and memory. So what I do in a traditional, when it is not HANA, let's understand. In a non-HANA, what happens? I take data in terms of pages. I take data in terms of pages into my application server from my database. The page. A page is nothing but a memory. Okay. I cannot, whatever I can process, that is called, in a layman's terms, that is one page. Whatever my application server has a RAM capacity, that is usually we process in terms of pages. So what happens? I request data. See, suppose I have a query here called select star from this table where these are my where conditions. Okay. So if I have that query that gets orchestrated here, and it starts requesting data from the database, that can you get the data say from 2009 to 2014. So what happens? It reads all the data from the database from 2009 to 2014 and sends in chunks of pages, chunks of data which is nothing but a page, to application server. Application server processes one page and keeps it in its memory and gets the second page like that. So your usual mechanism is to page by page, which is nothing but your buffer memory, depending on buffer pool setting. There is something called as buffer pool setting. So depending upon that buffer pool setting in the page memory allocation, your data is processed. Got it? So what are the challenges associated with this? The challenges associated is there is a lot of I/O. I/O means input output. There is a lot of I/O between your this. What is my bottleneck, or what is the rate at which I can process the data is depending upon the application server memory RAM, right? Whatever that can process is the speed at which my transaction is processed. So to avoid these problems is only what HANA is basically. To avoid these bottlenecks, we came into the HANA. How we are achieving it is the same which we have told. We'll go into details. First of all, I have many CPUs here, which processing. Previously, only one memory and one CPU was processing, right? Now I have distributed. I have beefed it up. How did I beef it up? I having many CPUs, and these CPUs are also new hardware with many multi-core things. And I have divided the data into row and column stores. I have partitioned the data. I can do compression and I can do insert only on delta using these 4 techniques. And these are your storage disks. This is where the persistence is. This is where the persistence is. I can, yeah.
What's the difference between row and column storage and compression? I mean, if it is row and column, it's going to...
No, you can do compression on a column, row store also. Don't take me wrong. You can compress, but the compression ratios are very less there. Whereas in a column store, the compression ratio is very high. So I can get a high compression ratios. Using a column store. But column store is not the one all and be all and all for it. Column store is, some tables are stored in row store, some tables are stored in column store. I'll explain all that stuff. Because if they are system tables, when I do a row store and when I do a column store, if I have say large number of columns, say I have 70 columns, 100 columns. Suppose if I have such columns, then I use a row store. But if my columns are less, but I have to scan more, then I use a column store. The first day, what did I tell you? When I want to read data, column store is preferable. When I want to write data, row store is preferable. So is it a write or a read, depending upon that. Got it? Now, not necessary, and there is some hybrid also, where I read and write into a temporary row and column store, non-sorted, the delta merge. That is insert only on delta.
That's what delta does. It takes it in a row and then it puts it out in a column.
It takes it in a row or a column where its sorting is not necessity. Then it moves into the merges. It merges into the main memory where the sorting happens after the fact. So the transaction commit happens first into a row or a non-sorted, and then after the commit, the operation, internal database operation, the merge happens. The commit means in a database, the record gets committed. Then only it means it's like in a layman's term, it gets registered in the database.
It's permanent.
Yeah, it is permanent. Until it is commit, it is not. You cannot say that that record has been updated. That is what a commit. So what happens, as she has asked, initially you receive the record. Your idea is to receive the record. Okay. After that, you merge it into the main memory, right? Which I will talk about these details. I'm just giving you the architecture, how it is affecting. So your storage, this can be a solid state flash or a high density disk.
This commit, rollback, and all these are still same in HANA as in HANA databases?
Yeah. The commit and that everything. One difference, since we have asked, I have to tell, indexing. Okay, another concept which I want to tell you is indexing. Do you all know what indexing is? I'll explain. Suppose, first let me give you a layman's example. I give you a book with 100 pages. Okay, I did not bind it. I have written a project report of 100 pages, and I gave you, and I asked you to number them topic wise. You know the topics, so what you'll do, you'll start writing 1, 2, 3, 4 for each page until 100. Now after you have written that and you compiled and you put these 100 pages, right? Again I give you 5 sheets and I ask you to insert in between. What you'll do, you'll scratch your head. Again I have to do this. So, and doing that also how? One page is maybe between 23 and 24 because of the sequence of the topic, somewhere between. So same thing happens in database also. What happens in a database? When data is being inserted, the faster insert can happen if the table is indexed. What does indexed mean? If I give you a book, what do? If you have to go to a particular topic, you go to the index page, select the topic, and then go to the page directly. Otherwise, what databases by default they do? Yeah, they go row by row, right? They scan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the linked list in Java?
Yeah, in C and Java, they are like linked lists are like field pointers. If you know the pointers concept, they are like that linked lists. See, indexing means simple thing. It is exactly if you understand the what we call the index of a book. If I ask you a particular topic, what you do? You go to the index and see, you write that this topic is in page 229. Then you directly go there, right? If suppose it was not indexed, say suppose you didn't have an index, what would you have done? You would have gone page by page and figured out where the topic is. Same concept is with the databases. In databases, before I load the data, I have to first load the index tables first. That is why index tables slows your load performance, but it increases your read performance. It increases your read performance, right? Definitely to
Sorry, can you repeat the last line?
I'm telling indexes improve your read performance. When you are reading a data, it improves your read. When you are writing it, indexes slow you down. Why? Because first I have to go and update the index metadata. Then I have to go and update the row. Got it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But why do I index? So that my read is very easier. Similarly, the 5 sheets I give you, to put them is very difficult. Once you have put them, to figure out which topic is where from the new 5 pages is very easy to read. Correct? The same is the concept. So since we have asked that question, I had to explain. So indexing is inbuilt because of the column store in HANA. Each column acts as an index. Each column acts as an index. That's why you don't have, in HANA, you don't have additional indexes. It doesn't mean that you cannot create indexes. The necessity of creating additional indexes is not, index metadata is not necessary because of the column store. because of the column store. Each column acts as an index in itself. What? Now you understood what is an index?
Yes.
Now what is a column store? I think I have to explain those concepts. So
when you say built-in, that means you don't have to.
No, the
create a
column
scheme.
itself.
No,
the
the index.
No. The moment you split your data into columns, each column acts as an index.
Oh, access. Okay.
Like for example, all names are there. One column which has names, right?
Right. From the master data.
Yeah. So no, from transaction
from
also.
okay.
From a transaction also, if the name is there, there is one column called names only. So if you are trying to figure out select star from where name is equal to this, so it just goes to the column. The column name itself is sorted, right? Sorted and indexed.
Okay. So whatever you name, put it go directly. Okay.
Now what happens when a read happens? What happens when a read happens? When a read happens, suppose you are you don't know about columnar tables yet, right? In a row table, what happens? Row. When you write a row, it's very easy to insert a row because it goes to the end of the table and inserts a row. It doesn't have to have any intelligence. Of course, it has to see if an index exists. It has to update the index, and then it has to insert the row in the table. Are you all up to me in that? So you have a column row table. Now I'll say select star from, show me all the records where the name starts with A and a star, wildcard, A and wildcard. So how the read happens? It scans each row by row, correct? Each row by row and figures out that does this record has A as a name right there. So it has to scan a lot. Remember? So of course, it may, if you have indexed it on a name, it will go to that index and figure out all the records with the A, if it is indexed. But even if it is indexed also, it has to read all the rows and which column has A. So it has to first figure out all the rows, then it will figure out that column which is with A star, correct? This is how usually database read happens. Whereas in a column store, I don't have to read all the rows. I first go and see the column which are all A's because my column is already sorted and indexed. So it will read all the A's and then sees the row ID associated with it and brings all the rows accordingly. That is why your read performance is good in column. But the flip side of the column is to insert once a record comes, a transaction, to put it into different columns takes time. So that is why for writing, my column store is a bit of a challenge.
So that's why they came up with the delta.
Correct. That's why they came up with the delta merge.
But is it when they write into, will it be like, is there a significant difference between a row store and a column store database?
Significant difference in respect to performance?
Yes, performance.
Yes. There is. That is why when a point of time sale comes, I try to stay away from column store write, because in a point of time sale, I want to capture the record ASAP as fast as possible, right?
Yes.
And to read, I can read a row store also at the same time. So, but my main focus there is I want to reduce the write. My main focus there is to reduce the write time. So that's why I use a row store there. Later at some point of time, the delta merge, I'll merge into the main memory where the read performance automatically increases. That's why it's a hybrid approach. Any questions, guys? You had a question, no? Okay, so that's, I think.
What is like solid state and flash state of data, like the storage?
They are the hardware ways of storing the data. A flash is the fastest usually, and solid state you have seen. I think in a solid state it is not based on disk. You know how the data is stored in terms of the concentric circles, right? That's how the data is stored into sectors and circles. But whereas in a solid state, the way it is stored is different. But for your purposes, they're basically persistent storage disks.
Okay.
Your C drive is like a HDD basically of your computer. is like your HDD.
Okay.
There's some examples on the column store.
Yeah, I'm coming to the columns. I'm going into the details now. So let's understand a column store, okay? Let's understand. Suppose these are my transactions, right? A 10 pounds. Like means A, suppose assume that is the customer. I've done it from business of 10. I think this is euro. Okay, 10 euros. B, $35. C, 2 euros. D, 40 euros. D, $12. Suppose this is in my number of transactions I have captured. Okay, let's understand how does row store store. No matter what is a row or a column store, the data is a contiguous memory. If you know, in database, the data is not stored as you are seeing. This is only to make you visualize, show you like that. But in reality, the data is stored like this. It's a contiguous memory. Those who understand, those people can understand. The actual, what did I tell you? The actual processing happens in the cache of the CPU cache, right? But your cache is always limited by a memory. It doesn't have infinite capacity, right? So to process, suppose to process this, you want to see what are all the euro transactions. It has to put this contiguous memory into the cache. So the cache will not be able to handle all of that. So there will be something called as hit and a miss. Like it will hit and a miss. This record is a hit, whereas this record is a miss because there is no euro here. This is a hit. So there is a constant hit and miss. What does that mean in a layman term? That I am wasting my time on unnecessary records, correct? So how it is stored in a row store? A 10, B $35 like this. Whereas in a column store, how it is stored? All my A, B, C, D, E, which are my customers, are stored in one place called custom column. Got it? All my key figures or my transaction figures are stored in one place. All my units are stored in one place. So if I pass this to my cache, it immediately knows these are the three. Since my cache has a limited memory, it can easily accommodate this, and here there will be no misses. It can easily figure out in this memory. Otherwise, from that memory, it has to see. In the current memory, this may be a hit because my cache can only store, say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for example. Just my cache, for example, can only hold 6 at a time. So it will be a hit here. It will be another 6. It will be a hit here. Like that, it has to. But whereas here, all these 6, it can store in one hit, right? And it can figure out what are the transactions. So that is the greatest advantage of the column. One of the greatest advantages. Yeah.
In this column, how would it figure out, what is the perfect matching? Like in organized by row, A, 10, and euro, right?
Okay, I know what your question is.
You have to go each and every.
So let me tell you, there is something called as, I think it's called integer coding. What does integer coding do? For every unique value of a column, it stores the corresponding row IDs. Like means, in layman's terms, what? What is your euro? First record, third record, fourth record.
Okay.
So this stores in the column as E in a parenthesis. The arguments are 1, 3, 1, 3, and 4. It stores the row IDs associated with it. Got it?
So accordingly, it will match rest of the information, right? It has to be like with that thing. Like say, euro is like 1, 3, and 4.
Correct.
It has to be like 1, C, and D. on the first document.
A, C, and D.
I'm sorry,
yeah,
A,
A, C, and D. Yeah.
It has to be like that.
No, it's a one-to-one. A is with a. When you say row ID 1, it will be only with A. It cannot be with anything else. It cannot be.
It's unique.
Yeah.
Well, row ID is used for row storage.
Yeah.
Row ID is used on both levels.
Yeah, row ID is there.
Obviously.
Row ID is like an index.
Yeah, I got you.
That is why this in the memory it is stored. This is called integer coding. And why it is integer coding? I give a number associated with it. Why? Because as you know, the fundamentals of a database processor, number is processed faster than a string or a character. I could give, instead of a row ID, I could also give my own symbol something, my own text something, right? But the text processing is usually, because the text, what happens behind the thing, the text, what happens in the text is converted to the ASCII value of it behind the scenes. Even if you put some text, there is an additional step of the text getting calculated by ASCII numbers, and that ASCII number will be interpreted and figured out. So instead of that, in integer coding, what I do, for each row ID, I try to give a number, so that way I know that I can go and get that, I can process that number easily, and I can get those row IDs easily. Got it, guys? Now let's see compression. Now we understood what is column. What are the advantages? I will repeat again. First of all, my cache hit and miss will be less, because my cache will be only handling my sorted, and this is already sorted. See, this is already a sorted, and it acts as an index itself. Because here, why it is an index by itself? Because I only store unique values. Now of this, in a real column store, what happens? It only stores three values, two values, euro and dollar. That's all. And that euro will have three row IDs, 1, 3, and 4, and dollar will have 2 and 5. Now, so what, I already compressed it to 2 values compared to 5. Remember? I already compressed it to 2 instead of 5. So my compression ratio is very high. Number one point. Another point is when you, and this is already, the other point which I told you is it's already indexed, correct? This is already indexed. This column with the names is already indexed. So it doesn't search for the unnecessary rows. Are you getting the point now? It is not searching for 2 and 5 now. But whereas in a row store, it has to go and see, oh, 8 and it's in this, yes. Sorry, euro, yes, no, yes, no. So it has to search every column. So that's why my read is good in a column store. But what is the challenge with my write? If suppose tomorrow I say F, it has to figure out, and it has to sort and index accordingly. Right? Not index, sort, it indexes it. And it has to put, so it has to see whether it exists or not, add a record. So that's why the write becomes a little bit challenge.
If you're right, that F would still be after E, and
Correct.
then whatever corresponds to F as a number would be after 12.
Right.
And
So yeah,
after
F will have the row ID as 6, the number will have row ID as 6, and the symbol will have row ID as 6.
So it's extremely dangerous to use select asterisk command on that. If you add one more column.
No, select asterisk is a read only, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Asterisk is wildcard. Wildcard.
I'm asking questions because my background is mainframe. So when we read data, so like asterisk, for example,
Right.
and then we have to have working storage areas to read the data into.
Correct.
If you add a column, I will not have that column name in my program. So
Right. That's why if you,
I don't know how that works.
let me explain that. What did I tell you in the first place? When I have to read large columns, what was my statement? When I have to read large columns, I use a row store. I don't go for column store there. Column store is used when I'm doing a field list, what he's asking. What did he tell? He doesn't want to read all columns. He wants to read only column A, column C, column F, column L, like that. So when only few columns have to be read, if that is the nature of your business, then I put that in a column store. But if you know that you have to read all the columns and there are many columns, by rule you have to put that into a row store. And you have a flexibility dynamically to convert a table into a row store to a column store and a column store to a row store. You have that flexibility. But the general rule followed by SAP HANA is all your system tables which manage your system, which has nothing to do with the user, they are row stored. All application tables which are usually mostly read, they are your column store. Because you read them often, right? That's why. HANA is for analytics. So since analytics read component is more, I put all them in the column store. Not only for performance, my compression is higher, right? My heat and cache miss is lower. So all these reasons I put my application tables on column store.
Question here. So similar to the question asked in the back. So every time a new row is inserted, like F, so everything has to be then rearranged. Like let's say another row has to be inserted, like you have $15 or $2 or
right.
Then the entire column store has
to be
that's
why the right performance. So what will happen? It will put an F here with a row ID called 6. It will put the number 2 with a row ID 6 and that symbol whatever dollar with a row ID 6. So it has to go to each row and write each column and insert that. Is that clear? Any ambiguity now between row store and column store? So why conventional? So what? Let's see what he says. Conventional databases store records in rows. That's the normal way, which is not in memory. Storing data in columns enables faster in-memory processing of operations such as aggregates. Right? What does this mean? Operations such as the aggregates. When I'm trying to aggregate, when I'm trying to do on the fly the crunching of the numbers, adding of the numbers, okay? But that column store is better because I'm going to, it is like this. Select star from where? Group by. You all understand? Group by. The moment I say group by, my columns are already indexed and grouped by. So my aggregates are very faster. That is what the column store advantage is. And columnar layout supports sequential memory access. It also supports sequential memory access, contiguous memory. A simple aggregate can be processed in one linear scan. You don't have to do much scans. And massive parallel processing per column as well. Let me explain you this. What does massive MPP do with the column? Suppose I have lot of cardinality here. Cardinality means I have a lot of variation. I have number of values in that column. So the advantage I have with the high cardinality is I can give it to, I'll say that this score will do 1 to 10, this score will do 11 to 20. I can split it. That is what he's telling. Massive parallel processing is possible per column as well. Okay, that is another advantage. I think he has given some properties. Let's see what he is telling. What is row-based store do? Mainly distinct values in the source database. What does he mean? Distinct values in this database in a row store? Forget column store. What does that mean? Distinct values means, can anybody explain? Database I expect from you to answer. Yeah. Primary key. My tables are based on primary key. I cannot enter, if the key is same, I cannot enter another row of the same value. Got it? So that is what mainly distinct values in the source database, right? And leads to low compression rate. because I cannot compress it because each is a distinct value, right? Each combination is a distinct value. I cannot compress it. After some extent, I cannot compress. That's why my compression ratios are higher. All the columns of the table are relevant. I told you where you need all the columns. It's a star. Select star. It means all columns, not field list. Then you need to have a row store. No aggregation or search required. Where you don't need to do aggregation. System tables, I don't aggregate or read them. System tables. What are system tables? Do you all understand? To maintain, it is the internal architecture, internal tables for managing the system. They are your sys tables, which are not generally used by any application. Right? They are known as system tables. For example, your computer has some basic system fields, right? For example, date, time. If you ask your system, go to your operating system level, and if you ask for a date, it immediately gives because it stores the current date and time. Right? These are known as system tables, and these system tables are stored in tables for system tables. So for system tables, I generally do not do much aggregation or read on it. That's why I keep my row tables as system tables as row tables. Table has minor number of records. Another characteristic of table is where your volume is not very high. If you are creating a database table, I don't know how many of you created. What is one of the fundamental property you do? Huh? Type of the table. You have to create type of the table. What does type of the table mean? How much data I'm going to store in it, right? Is it 50,000 to 100,000 rows or 100,000 to 200,000 rows, correct? So that's the type of the table we generally mention, right? That's why he's telling you have to figure out the number of records you're going to store. You have to figure out the number of records you have to store. Those who do not know what is the type of the table, let me show you one example. So those who got their IDs, they know how to get onto the remote desktop. It's very easy. Okay, those who got their IDs, this is what you have to do. When you register here, they send you an email. Okay, they send you an email. That email has the details of at least 4 or 5 systems. What are the 3 or 4 systems which we'll be using? One is HANA. One is ECC, second is BW, and one is BODS. These are the systems. If you whoever received their mail, they will be seeing these 4 systems, right?
BODS, right?
BODS, yeah. Business Objects Data Services. Just now I showed you, right? Okay. Now each system has a different IP address. If you have seen, each different has an IP address, but the user ID and password is same. We are maintaining the same user ID and password. So what you should receive from others is a user ID and a password. What you should receive from Madhu is a user ID and a password for these 4 systems. Okay, and they send you one file called HANA and BobJ RDP. RDP stands for Remote Desktop Connection. They send you this file, right? And when you double click on this file, it opens the remote desktop. You need not load the client GUI on your machine. You are already logging into a machine where they have loaded everything for you. But in a real enterprise, it is different. In a real enterprise, you have to load all the front ends yourself. Yeah, but here you don't have to do all that. Only this training setup is like that. So you're remotely logging into the desktop, which is HANA and BobJ. Of course, you have BobJ clients also there. So it opens like this. So this is the credential to enter into the remote desktop network, and here also the user ID and password is the same as your other application user ID passwords. Only thing is, this is the only, it goes by the, you know how when you go into a network, you have to give the domain associated with it. The domain is Mica RDS8 HANA user 596. Okay. Suppose you are already logged in, but you want to use, you can say user another account. For example, I will use like this. So it gives this warning. You can say yes, and say don't want to hit all the time. So it is connecting to remote desktop 122.175.42.43 and 3308 is the port associated with it. They have carved out and put ports for each application. Okay, so this is that remote desktop. Everybody should see like this only, similar, because this is the same desktop which everybody is logging in. Okay, unless that owner has changed some desktop, it should look similar. Okay, now to log in into HANA Studio, you have to use this icon. There should be a HANA Studio icon here, this one. Everybody seeing this? This is how you log into HANA Studio. But what I want to show you now is what is the table, the type of the table. So I'm logging into SAP. First of all, see, when a table is created, I am telling, do I want to store it as a column store or a row store or undefined? Generally, we use either a column store or a row store. And then what I want to show you is, first of all, you determine in your data class that is it a master data table or a transaction table. So, okay, and then you also tell this category. Remember I told you this is what the size of the table is, but how many rows you are going to store. So here you are creating through an app, but in real life, if you are a database DBA, you use the create table statement with all these parameters, right? Create table.
Can you change the data class once the table is created, or you have to drop it and create it?
Generally you have to know it further, but you can. But what happens is, the question he's asking is, it's whenever you want to change something on an existing table with the data, it has to restructure itself. So it takes time, especially if you have data. So be cognizant of it if you well in advance if you can. If the data is already there in the database and you want to rearrange it or do anything, it is at an expense.
Why would you need this? I mean, there's a requirement, right?
Yeah. No, he says he anticipated only 50,000 rows.
Yeah.
But later it went to 1 million rows or like that. It does. It lets you store. Here you are just giving it an application. You are just giving in your initial estimate in this particular example.
So what happens if you overestimate that table?
That doesn't matter. It's only the table space when it gets created that is overestimate. That's That's what. The table space occupied is more depending on these, because these factors drive the table space. All these database concepts I'm telling you, you need not know. Just I'm giving you a background so that you will not forget. You'll remember why you are doing all this. Otherwise, nobody will ask you these questions. You need not know all this.
I'll ask you these stupid questions. I know SAP is developed over IBM.
Right.
Ideology, so is it still the same thing or just call it something?
Almost all database concepts are DB2 concepts. So here you tell. So say, I just showed you that. So that's why I'm telling you here. Table has minor number of records. The class of the table tells that, right? Then some system tables are stored in the row store. Okay. Okay. Now column store, large number of rows where column-based operations will be processed. My intent is to reduce the number of columns. Read of the number of the columns. That is the intent of here in the column-based store. I want to. It's not a select star. If I have to do a select star, then I would rather. Yeah, if my columns are large, I won't do then a column store. I would do a row store. Got it? If my columns, the columns I'm going to read from the database, they have to be smaller. That's the fundamental principle. Larger number of rows where column-based operations will be processed. That means I will be doing a field list. I will not be doing a select star. Field list means select field 1, column 2, column 3, like that. That's field list. So at that point of time, I use a column-based store. Large number of columns and very good suitability for analytical applications. Read access. This is especially for read access. See, you can have a large number of columns. That's not a showstopper. The showstopper is when you read, are you going to read all the columns? Or you are going to read particular columns? If you want to read all columns and the large number of columns, go for row store. If you want to read only 5 or 6 or 10 columns, go for this. That is why in ABAP, when you do performance tuning, one of the checklist is that, do you have any star in your select statement? Because that reduces. What happens when you say select star? Everything gets loaded into the memory. And you know, for example, this I was just showing you an example of a table called Mara. How notorious this is? It has got 254 columns. And imagine it's a material master. Mara means material master. And you know, in an order, especially in a manufacturing with a high bill of materials, the material count can be into million or 2 million rows, right? 2 million rows by 254, right? So you have to read that much. That's why you have to be careful. And this is just master data table. This is not transactional data. If you go to MKPF and MSEC tables, they are humongous. They run into billions. Because you will be doing business with each material, right? So that's the concept I was telling you. So you all understood row and column store to the detail? Even in HANA, now let's go to the HANA Studio. Even in HANA Studio, this I went to the backend, ECC. If you go to HANA, so when you click that icon, it opens the HANA Studio. So let's understand what is a workspace. So whenever you open this HANA Studio, by default, HANA Studio associates a workspace with your user ID. And where does it associate the workspace? Wherever the path you have given. What does this workspace mean? This workspace is like your workbench where you are doing your development and you are in flight. You have not completed your development, right? That development is stored here. You don't lose it. It is stored in this workspace. It is saved in this workspace. Though you have not completed the development of that object in your studio. Got it? That is what this workspace is. here. Okay, that's why it's your workspace. HANA user 586. This is your workspace. Nobody else can get into this workspace. And all that is stored here. So just say OK. Let me know when you want to break, okay? Until that time, I'm assuming that you know. After this, we will enter into the studio's definition. I want to just show you that even in the studio side,
Does it tell you when you hover over those icons what they mean?
yeah. They tell you. They will tell you. They'll tell you, but you have to know them also. Like what does they do also?
Yeah, of course, yes.
It's almost same like that. It's an Eclipse. Yeah, this is nothing but your SQL workbench. Here, if you go, this is your SQL editor. This is your SQL editor. Anyway, what I want to show you is, let's go to yep, all ECC tables which you have replicated. This is the table we were looking in the back end, right? Let's see the definition here. Same Mara table from ECC in HANA. I'm seeing that. How it looks in the database. So it gives the same 254 columns. And if you see the further properties,
So
it tells
what
that
the table does, like what, or you know what Mara does it not?
that is the challenge, guys.
Big challenges.
You have to learn these tables. No, there isn't.
No, there's too many.
HANA doesn't tell what table this table does.
Oh, what do you mean?
You have to know what Mara means. Mara means material master.
Okay. And
KN1 means customer master. This is a knowledge point. So sapgenie.com, best website to familiarize yourself with. sapgenie.com. GENIE.
Sorry, it's SAP?
Genie.
GENIE. Okay.
So it's now became, sorry guys, Priya corrected it. Thanks, Priya. It is ERP Genie, I think. They changed it now. Yeah, instead of SAP, they became ERP Genie. Yeah, it used to be SAP Genie. Long ago when I used to.
And it shows all the relationship. Right?
Yes, main tables and relationships. There are actually thousands of tables. It doesn't list all, only the important ones.
Yeah. But does it tell you still? Like, I'm trying to visualize before. Just FI tables. And
Yeah, it says
right?
like that.
But it doesn't tell you what each table is. I have to Google it.
Yeah, you can, but for those who don't know at all to what to look also, it's better to refer to that. Because this, you can, by looking at, you can tell this is material master, but there are some tables where you don't know what this does also. SAP is very notorious in that fact. Transaction, transaction and tables, these are the things which you get lost. Okay. So what I was showing you is that in HANA Studio, I have replicated this table from the backend ECC. Earlier I was showing you ECC, right, where the transactions are happening. The same table has been replicated onto the HANA database, and it is stored under this schema, and this is the column store. What he is trying to tell in the theory, I was showing you that. In the book, he is trying to show you that column and row store table, you can find whether it is a column or a row store table by going into the HANA and finding out whether it's a row store or a column store. So I was showing you that, that's all. Okay. Now let's understand compression. What did I tell you? A row is known as a tuple. A row is known as a tuple. So this is tuple 1, tuple 2, tuple 3, tuple 4, right? So in a column-based storage, if you see the relative shading part on these columns, how many unique values are there? 3, right? In this column called customer. In this country, how many unique values are there? 2. In this product, 2. In this amount, 4. So if you see the significance of the shaded portion, 3 means it's easy to compress. 2, further compression. 4 means this. So I can compress a column store very easily. That's what he's trying to tell. So that means optimized for current hardware, and it can be compressible, easily compressible. What? Whereas a row-based storage, I cannot compress it. It will be four rows. I cannot compress more than 4 rows, right? That is what here the compression.
You compress column by column, right?
Yeah, here I'm individually compressing. So my compression ratios are higher here.
So would be a DBA will be creating all this.
Yeah. I'm just telling you the.
No, I'm just.
You don't have to deal anything with this.
Anything I can say, like we're expecting 1 million or something.
Right. The compression, not even DBA, automatically the database, HANA database does the compression.
So that's not our part.
No.
So even the row-based or
just knowledge point.
Even the row-based or column-based decision, I don't have to make.
99.99% you don't have to make, but if you're making your own Z table,
yes,
that time you may have to take a decision.
Okay. When I do make my Z table, I do.
But by blindly you can make it call. Which a Z table means it's an application table, so you can make it. Okay, what are Z tables? Those who don't know, Z table means in SAP world, SAP reserved the namespace from A through X for itself. You cannot create a table with A through X, starting with A through X. You can only create using a Y or a Z. Custom tables. What is that?
I was like, talk about read.
So scalable.
No, read means create when you are creating your own table. See, Mara is a SAP's table. So that's why it could put M as a starting. Whereas if you are creating your own table, for example, you want to store all your, say, posting keys in one table, your general ledger posting keys. SAP did not provide you the table.
What is that? I didn't get that one. I'm going to start with this.
Yeah, I'm telling, when you're creating a table of your own, I'm giving you an example. If you want to create a table which SAP has not provided to store your posting keys, right? So for that, I'll create my own table which should start with a Z for zebra. It cannot start with any other letter, Y or a Z. And general convention is Z. Y is only used when you are doing some prototyping or POCs.
It's safe to then say that if you ever see anything Z, it's not SAP.
In ECC, in BW and other worlds, you don't have that limitation.
Okay.
In BW, everything starts with a 0 if it is SAP.
Oh.
In BW, but here in ECC, it is a Y or a Z. So the question is, he's asked, do I have to specify whether it's a row store or a column store? 99.99% you don't have to explicitly specify. All application tables are column store. But if you are creating your own Z table, that time you should make a conscious decision to make it a row or a column. But my experience is you create Z tables for an application, so by default they are column stores. Got it? Yeah, let's take a break. I'll explain this partitioning and insert only on Delta. We'll go deep dive in that after that.
time the class finishes, and
Whenever you say.
Right.
Whenever we are, no, that's what he said. Whenever we see sleeping. No, I think 4 o'clock, I guess, today.
4 o'clock.
Yeah. You said like on Saturdays, should be like from 10:30 to 5. Technical. And Sundays start early, 9:30 till 4. Tomorrow it should be, yeah. Ask me, I'll be coming from there.
Yeah,
part of
come
work.
from like an hour.
After leave, at least. I mean, driving it says 1 hour, but it took me almost 2 hours there. With the traffic.
High level of police, it's not an hour and a half.
Really? Which part of Florida?
அதாவது வந்து
Yeah.
டிரான்சாக்ஷன் நடக்கும்போது அது வந்து டெம்பரரியா ஒரு பிளேஸ்ல ஸ்டோர் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கிட்டு அது வந்து மெயின் எக்ஸாம் இப்போ ஒரு சிலர்
Yeah, that's right.
அது கொண்டு போய் அந்த மெயின் மெமரியில ஸ்டோர் பண்ணி ஏன்னா ஏன் பிடிக்கும் நான் போய் ரீஆர்கனைஸ் ஆமா அதான் அவங்க சொன்னாரு இந்த இது பண்றதுல திருப்பி போய் இப்போ நம்ம இன்னொரு ரெக்கார்டு பண்ணனா இப்ப இங்க போய் இப்போ நம்ம அந்த பண்றது டைம் ஆகும் அதுதான் மெயின் மெமரி ஸோ அதை வந்து அதுக்கப்புறமா பண்ணுது இப்ப நம்ம நான் எப்படி இப்போ ஒரு ஆர்டர் பிளேஸ் பண்றோம் டியூரிங் த ப்ராசஸ் காசுல வச்சு எல்லாம் பண்ணும்போது
Is 5 good, everyone, or you want to go early? Answer what I have to ask.
Oh, I'll take it back. I told them 4 o'clock. That's a task. Yeah, 5 is.
5 is okay?
5 is already, yeah. 5.
Because I have to cover a lot, guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
I try in SAP, they don't teach to this detail, even if you go to SAP, but I try to give this concept and try to cover as much as I can, so that way you, at least you have heard of it and you know what to Google next time.
So, you said it was like stressful.
What is that, Dennis?
You were saying that the job is stressful.
The job is not really stressful, but the job is stressful when you don't know it. Because you are on the watch list. And that stresses you more. But of course, sometimes the number of hours are stressful, like
That's me. Yeah, exactly.
when you have to like deliver something and all that way. Otherwise, it's 90%.
Like when the deadline is there, you have
Let me tell you.
Go for it. A lot of fun out there.
Let me tell
once you get into it,
one hard reality. Let me tell you one hard reality. IT guys are the least stressful and most highly paid.
Yeah. You know, the business side.
Business side,
My wife's on the business side.
and they don't pay much.
All night, day, always looking at stuff.
Yeah.
We are systems running. Okay, fine. You can only do so much. And you know what? When Christmas comes, you can't do anything. Everything is.
The only profession that gets paid more than us is surgery, to be honest.
Yeah.
But then if they do something wrong and kill somebody, they're
Yeah, exactly. You're not like,
for a
I know.
lifetime.
Playing with the light.
If we do something wrong,
Since
they'll
he has
get
got sentence, let me tell you one thing. You know how much insurance it is?
Yeah, malfunctioning.
for what?
Surgeons, you know
Yeah.
how much business insurance they have to pay? It's like
Fortune.
$500,000,000. They have to give a fortune of their earnings.
To do what?
In case something goes
Oh, in
In
case
case something goes wrong.
Remember doctor?
Sue them.
You know,
Uh-huh.
doctor pays $100,000, $100,000 a year for insurance.
Exactly.
Surgeon, but you get close to $500,000 out of that.
In India, they just make you sign a form.
Well, then
Like
you
if
just
someone
have to
dies,
go-
you're
They'll do
not-
over here.
Not you, not you.
No.
The surgeon.
Yeah. Like
To
even
practice?
surgeons in India,
Oh, they
like
don't pay anything.
Oh,
they
India, nobody cares.
You just say it and move on. Go to the next one, right?
Exactly. They say,
they just
you
make
know,
family
yeah.
sign a
God
form.
willing.
Right.
Put on the low
Yeah,
side.
like that.
He never came in.
If that cost was not there,
Yeah, exactly.
billionaires.
Yeah.
How do I reach out?
Yeah. What's that?
They pay.
सर्जरी करके पता चलता है वो कैची कौन सी भूल गए, right?
Really?
Yeah, really, there are professions where like that. Yeah.
Oh, the one who works for
If
it?
you hit it, you make money. If you don't,
Oh, if you talk of that, what is one of the highest paid? Actuarial.
Oh,
Yeah, I wanted to do that, but then you have to study all your life.
all your life.
That's
That's an example, right? It's ridiculous.
Statisticians,
You lose your mind.
Or, yeah,
they are paid
you have to get like extra brain every 2-3 years.
Actually,
That's after
Actually,
what is that?
Basically, they're like financial
Forecaster, right? Don't cut off.
Yeah, they do the forecasting for
Statistics.
insurance.
statisticians.
It's like insurance, like they basically say, oh, this person's probably gonna die
In that
in
period of time.
this year,
Yeah.
so this should be the rate.
Cover numbers.
Usually they evaluate risk underwriters. They
Right,
evaluate the
right.
risk. They tell what is the should we bet on this or
Yeah,
can
yeah.
we give
If
insurance?
you lose money, the government bails you out.
Yeah. What
Exactly.
No, today we are
Why? Smart choice.
how to move it.
That's just like, oh, you know who's got the best job tomorrow?
Tomorrow we will try to
The weather.
an attribute view.
Give me a couple $100,000 and they can never tell the weather.
Exactly.
They never get fired.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, I can do like
Coming back.
prediction.
So this is the partitioning. Let's quickly go through and let's jump on to Studio fast. Okay. So what is partitioning is, see, these are all your blades basically. These are all your blades. Okay. And in these blades, I have put the data. If you see, table 1 has year A data, table 2 has year A. The same data I have partitioned it across. There is something called as name server. There are 3 basic servers in HANA, as I told you. One is index server. Index server is where the actual processing of the data happens. And there is one thing called as name server. The name server is the one which remembers this topology, that which data is where, in which partition. Which data is where. That is the name server's job. Okay. Index server is where the actual calculations, aggregations, joins happen. Okay. So, so table 1, year B is here, table 2, year B is here. So this topology is remembered by the name server. Okay. That way, when you query for something, select start from where year is A and range is from here to here, it exactly knows which table to go and pick it up. So the third server is basically the standby server. Because this is a cluster of nodes, even if one fails, the other server comes and replaces that. This is called high availability. So that way I don't lose any productivity. It immediately gets engaged.
There's no downtime.
No, that's why you have to configure for HA, high availability. Yes, right. So that's the node server. Okay.
That's the generator.
Basically, there's only 3.
These are the 3 types.
These are the only 3 types.
Yes.
You can add or add on or no.
So each is a blade. Yeah, this blade means this is all node servers. These are all node servers.
No.
Node servers.
Node
This is where the actual data and the processing happens.
There are only 3 blades. That's what I know.
No,
Only
here
3
it just gave you 3 blades.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
in a
So
real
you can
life,
add it on or you just like.
in a real life, it is depends upon your terabyte. For example, the project I have done, first project where we have, this is called sizing of the HANA system. You have to size the HANA system. How do you size a HANA system? Especially when you're migrating from ECC on an Oracle to ECC on a HANA, for example. We were migrating from BW on Oracle to BW on HANA. So I just want to give you an example how to size. SAP gives you 2 programs which you have to import in your ECC on Oracle system. What does that program do? That program evaluates all your tables in the Oracle database, and that tells you which is the candidate, what is the size of each of it, how much is compressed and not, and it also proposes you there should be a row store or a column store depending upon the layout of the table. That is what the SAP program does before I start the sizing exercise. You don't do this, usually architects and these people do, but just knowledge. Okay. So once that is the first step. Once I figure out the topology, the whole details about the tables, then I come and estimate what is my growth of data. I try to estimate the growth of my data. So I have existing data, I know my rate of growth. So based on that, I size, say it's a 5 terabyte footprint. Say I come, say it's a 5 terabyte footprint. Then I go to SAP and ask for a license. When you ask for a license, they give you two options: pay as you go, or you pay for the 5 terabyte right now. Paying for a 5 terabyte is expensive, so generally people follow pay as you go. That means initially I pay for 2 terabytes, and whenever my data increases, I keep paying the differential. Okay, that's the administrative part. But from a technical perspective, if 5 terabyte, now you decide based on with your hardware vendor that should I make it 5 node, 3 node, 9 node, 8 node. That's what the nodes. That is how it's determined. So depending upon the size of my footprint and the rate of growth anticipated, I determine the number of nodes configuration I need. Okay, and that number of nodes configuration is, so usually the case where I did, it was a 9 plus 1. What is the plus 1? That one is the standby. So it's a 9 node plus 1 standby. So this is how the nodes are. Now when you are ordering it, of course, if it is on-premise, bless you. If it is an on-premise, this is all you have to worry. Otherwise, the cloud guy takes care of it. So if it is a 9 node, your chassis should be at least 15 or 16 nodes where you can scale it up, right? Chassis is that rack where you put these nodes, which are nothing but your blades, right? So on each blade, I have many processors. Behind this, I have many processors which process the data. And here, this is the topology where I'm storing the tables. So this is how it is. Table contents are spread across blades. Got it? Now insert only on delta. This is just the concept I was telling Mohammed. So what happens? This is my main memory, okay, and this is my delta, okay. What happens? First, my column store is sorted and kept in the main memory, okay. And when I query on it, we didn't give a picture. When I query on it, it queries on both main and the delta, right? So your question of the point of sale. What happens in delta? My data comes here. My write operations write to the delta. You're seeing here, right? My write operations are writing into the delta. And if I have to read, I read it from here. I write it into the delta. And my read operations are from both main and the delta. Did you see the difference? So I receive into the delta and then I merge it. What is the main memory's characteristics? It is compressed and read optimized. Whereas what is the property of the delta? It is write optimized. It's optimized for writing. It's not optimized for reading and all that.
So here's my question. Point of sale. The transaction happens. It goes to Delta.
Correct.
I want to know that transaction. When I read it, do I go to main first or do I go to Delta? I need it now.
No, when you read it, it's transparent to you.
Already have gone there.
No, it reads from both and gives you. It did.
Yeah,
it does. It reads both at the same time. It doesn't care where it is. It cares. You don't have to care.
Okay.
It reads from both and gives you the result. It gives you the result. Got it?
A question here.
Yeah.
From the transaction perspective, when does it really write, like in a point of sales, when the sales order is complete, does it write from delta?
Means whenever your commit is happening.
Okay,
the moment his commit has happened,
okay,
it will write to the delta.
Okay.
And once after a particular time, it goes into the main memory.
Yes. So when commit, it will write only into the delta. So when does that delta gets transferred into the
that is you have to. That is also a configuration.
Configuration.
Yeah, DB people do that. Where you are, it's a delta merge configuration. Oh, it's a big topic. From a delta to main. Actually, if you see, there is another delta also. This delta is a usually is a row store. There is another delta which is a column store in between. Oh, here, yeah. There is a delta 1 column store which is not sorted. This column store is not sorted. And delta 2 is a row store. So row store receives very fast write optimized. Then delta 1, whatever you call delta 1, delta 2. The other delta is I pass from a row store to a column store because I have to read, which is not sorted, whereas main memory is sorted. Got it? So this is, the data is highly compressed. I don't compress in my delta. I don't do the compression. And read operations is from both storage. Enables high compression and high write performance, and only in delta write operations only in delta storage. The update is performed by insert. It is an insert. What is an insert? What is an update?
Insert, is it a command?
Yes. What it does is that it checks whether that key is existing or not, and then it writes. If it is existing, it modifies it. If it doesn't exist, it writes it.
What do they exactly mean? Update is performed by insert, because update is going and updating the same row, right? But here they are saying the update is performed by insert.
What they mean to say is that no matter what it inserts a row, later it figures out whether I have to modify it or not. So that is easy, right?
Oh, I see.
So it's going to insert a row for time now.
Yeah, for time being. Then it sees whether I have to modify it or not.
When? Okay.
Then it realizes it's an update or is it really insert.
That's why it is sometimes called as insert only on delta also.
So in that scenario, if it just inserts it in delta, just adds a record, it doesn't care if it's insert or update. There's another record out there from a main. So how do you, when you're retrieving it, how do you know which one is the right one?
No, it gets both, and then it figures out what you have to. It has to give the output. The read figures that out.
Figures out both the records.
Yeah, it figures both the records. If the key is same, depending upon the key figure, it adds or subtracts.
No. The record comes in.
I inserted it.
Actually, it's an update. Okay.
No,
what update?
It doesn't. He says update is only by insert. Means blindly it inserts a row.
I agree with that. Let me just go back. So, from my perspective, it's an update, right? From system's perspective, it doesn't care. There's an insert or update at that point, at delta point. Okay, so record's there, but there's existing record that I wanted updated also in the main. So when I'm doing a read,
that's what I'm telling. In the read, suppose you had a sales order for 100 quantity. Okay. Then your point of sale told no, he changed it to 150.
Right.
So it did a 150, right?
Right.
And it sees 100. Right. It does the math. Okay. And it gives you 150 as the answer.
My question actually is, can I get the record before, or it does it so fast that I will not?
You won't know.
Okay, that's right.
You won't know. That's why the read happens. The read happens between the main and the delta. It is also assumed that they are on the same record, same level. It happens fast. Yeah, you won't even notice. Not convinced?
No, I'm convinced at the speed of it. I'm looking at backward of my technology.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We used to look at timestamps.
Right.
Like it's just that quick that you don't have to worry about it.
You don't have to.
Of the
insert is only delta. Sorry, the update is only by insert. First is inserts, because I don't want to waste time in figuring it out whether do I have to update or not.
I just have to catch up to the speed.
Yeah, the speed is there. The speed it handles. That's what the HANA is about. That's what they build. That's how they build. That's why I told you the challenges before. Aggregation and point of sale, these were the challenges, right? So that challenges they try to overcome. Any other questions? So here he gave here, see, delta 1 store and delta 2 store. What does delta 1 store do?
Sorry, I have a question in the diagram.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, can we like open the diagram once again, please?
Yeah, yep, tell me. What do you want?
So like it says like the column store is sorted in the main memory, but not in the delta memory.
Mm-hmm.
So
Means I don't waste my time in sorting it out. Sorting takes a lot of performance.
yeah, like you
In
said,
my
like
delta,
sorting is the most expensive of all the operations.
right.
So like what I mean, if data is not sorted in the column, sorry, in the delta memory, then what impact does it have on the data and the otherwise on the operations?
On the read, doesn't matter. What happens is that it goes to the main memory and sorts there. So you are giving yourself the time for the transaction to sort by itself in the main memory. Your point,
Okay.
what you are doing in the delta memory is to just capture the transaction. That's your main intent. I want to capture the transaction.
Okay.
So,
okay.
See, let's see what he says in delta 1
yeah.
and delta 2.
I see the arrow now, like, it's redirecting it to the main memory.
Right. So what happens in the main store? SAP HANA stores after merge, which is a reorganization, after merge, and all data in the main store organized by columns, right? That's your main memory. What is delta 1 store? So all new entries are stored in the delta store, which is also organized by columns. However, for speed purposes, the delta store dictionary is not sorted, contrary to the main store. It is not sorted, but it is columnar. And what is in delta 2 store, which is purely row store, for recording or mass RFID reading, data entry can go into the secondary delta, which is organized as a row store, right? I told you it is organized as a row store, delta 2. And this store works very short-term input buffer in order not to lose any sensor signal, not to miss any record. Okay, this second delta store is frequently merged into the first delta store and thus into the main store. Queries run against all stores simultaneously. Got it? And what is it? Yeah.
Have you seen like a real world example of a delta 2 store that they have?
Oh yeah, point of end sale.
Yeah, that's delta 1 and main, but
no, delta 2.
Okay.
That's where delta 2 is.
Okay.
RFID, no?
Yeah, any RFID he gave, right? Formula 1 sensor, I told you, right? NASDAQ speed car racing. Yeah. There it catches, you have to catch at the point of time second instantaneously. So these are the classic examples.
Walmart does, no Walmart.
Okay. And also, if you put NASDAQ on HANA,
okay.
Yeah. So all these cases.
I can't wait to see this in action.
No, it is in action.
No, just for me.
For you, okay. Ideally, you can only see it from a performance perspective, right. But behind the scenes is delta and all. Yeah. Okay, so what is the fundamental software optimization is happening? This is the classical approach is called data to code. That means everything is happening at my application layer level, and I only go to the database when I need data. Otherwise, the major thrust of the transaction, the SQL or whatever read you are trying to do, the major thrust is usually on the application server. I only go to the database when I need data. So your all your calculations are happening at the application layer level, in the original level. This is called data to code. Whereas here, this is code to data. This is where the fundamental difference HANA makes. In application layer, I am dealing with only very less. Because my memory is less, and everything is less, I am not going to deal much there. I am just orchestrating my SQL. Actual execution is happening at the database layer. So your calculations and everything is happening. So SAP's HANA approach is code to data. Higher performance applications delegate data incentive operations to the in-memory platform. Remember I told you in the architecture calculation engine, The calculation engine means there are functions in your SQL script which are called read functions, C OLAP read, C join, and all those. Those directly operate on the database layer. The orchestration only happens with the SQL statement, but those functions are optimized to read the database. We'll see then SQL script and all that, okay? This is what I think she was asking. See, this is orchestration. Bhavna, you were asking last week, right? Remember what is orchestration? So what happens? Let's see this picture. Classic database and HANA database is comparing. What happens when a user interface layer, which is a presentation layer, types a query, selects star from where, orchestration happens here, and if there is a calculation group by or sort by, that happens here in the application server. Only for the data it makes a trip to the database, right? Let me tell you one thing. The more closer you are to the database, and in turn, the more closer you are to the cache, the performance is so good, okay? So your cache in the application server is smaller, but whereas cache of your HANA database is very big. So the more closer you are doing the calculations to the cache, the faster it will be, right? So here this is, but in a HANA database, what is happening? The presentation, the orchestration is only happening at the application layer. The calculation is happening at the database layer, right? And because I have large capacity, I have beefed it up with main memory and all that, so that's taking care of my performance. This is for the question which Chetna asked. This picture, when I'm migrating from a when I'm software optimization concept, when I'm migrating from a classical database to a HANA database. So what happens, especially SAP has written a baddie. What is a baddie? Baddie is called business add-in. What is business add-in in layman's terms? SAP, when it writes the main program, it leaves some space for the customers to write their own code. It leaves the space. Previously, they were known as user exits. Okay. Now, with the object-oriented concepts, that is known as a business add-in. There is a lot of reason why they have done this. Those who can understand object-orientation, my instantiation is very easy. It is a class. Baddie is a class. And this class can instantiate it too. Previously, user exit was one fixed place in the code. In the main code, it was a fixed place where SAP allows you to write your own code. For your business, you want to write something special. So it interacts with the SAP standard code, and your code, you can put, these are known as user exits. Whereas in the baddie is also like a user exit, but the advantage of the baddie is that I don't have to worry about the location of the code. It is a class, and the class can instantiate wherever it can. Okay? Wherever you call it, basically. So don't worry about that. Is all object orientation concept. Anyway, there is a baddie. What does that baddie do? That baddie has the intelligence. SAP has provided intelligence into that baddie to see that should I use SAP standard code, which is data to code, or should I use code to data? Which I have to use. So when I'm migrating an existing application to a HANA database from an Oracle, I'm doing a lift and shift to a HANA. This baddie is also introduced, and this baddie decides that should my program run in a standard way, that means my application server is going to handle everything, or in a baddie way, in a HANA way, where my application server is running only orchestration and my data intensive operations are happening in the HANA database. Now, how does this baddie know This baddie determines, so what is it? Standard ABAP code, it determines which database I am using. Because if HANA is a secondary database, it should know that why we are doing this. First of all, why we are doing is this. Suppose I have COPA. COPA is controlling and profitability analysis. You know, people like F5 people can understand. What does profitability and what does COPA does? What COPA does is, it's a business concept. It takes data from SD, MM, PP, and it figures out of all these transactions, what is my revenue and what is my expense. And in a revenue, I try to figure out where is this revenue coming from, and of an expense, is it a commission, is it a discount? So it splits like this. So what happens, it has to have, the feeder systems are many, MM, PP, FI, everything data comes from all these places, and it does the profitability analysis of a transaction. That how much I spent on it, and how much I gained on it, and if I have spent, where I have spent, if I have gained, how I have gained. That's what is COPA. These COPA are very data intensive operations, because if you can imagine, the feeder systems are feeding data at a faster rate, and you have to apportion them. You have to apportion them to their respective buckets. And these buckets are known as value fields. They have a segment which is a characteristic, like you do at a company code accounting, company code profit center GL account level, or you are doing at a company code profit center GL account and a functional area level. That depends on your business, right? So at this level, at this value fields, I have to bucket it, right? So this is a very data intensive operation. For those who don't know business, it's a data intensive operation. So what I do is that, what SAP did is that, it has written a special code for COPA which runs on HANA. So the HANA, so what I'm doing is, this apportioning happens at a database layer level. This apportioning happens at a database layer level. Previously, this database apportioning was happening at an application server layer. So my application server was the bottleneck, if you remember the funnel. My application server was the bottleneck. Because I have a limited set of RAM associated with it, I could not process all these transactions at a very fast rate. Are you getting it? Whereas if I push this code to data, I am taking only all the transactions to the database, and there at a faster rate I am apportioning them. Got it? So that is the concept behind this picture. So what happens if the COPA application is not on HANA? It does the regular way. If it is on HANA, this baddie decides. This baddie knows which database systems are get DBMS specific baddie implementation. If it is for HANA, this baddie is called, and this code using native nature. So here the apportioning is happening at a SAP HANA level. Otherwise, it happens at a regular way. Got it? This is what SAP's concept of having HANA as a secondary database for the same application. Because previously my COPA was on Oracle. Now I'm moving that application from Oracle to HANA. And this baddie has the intelligence based on the database, that which database this application is, it directs it accordingly. The moment it directs it, it knows where to execute the code. Got it? He just gave how the software is optimized. This is an example only. It's not a concept. So you have optimized the concept in this way. You have pushed from code to data. From data to code, you move to code to data. And you have pushed all your calculations to the database engine. And you have a intelligence to decide where to execute what. So this is SAP's way. This all is BW and all that. Don't worry about this part. This is all BW, and he's telling how the progress is on the BW side. Between BW 7, 7.3, with the HANA introduction to HANA, what are the advancements? So I can do all these things in the BW world. I can do HANA data, optimize VSOs, info cubes. That is a different animal. Don't worry about that part. So let's understand this HANA as a secondary database. This is what I was trying to tell you, the concept. How HANA is still HANA you can use as a secondary database, which is also known as sidecar. HANA is a primary database. HANA is an integrated platform. All cases. Let's understand.
So far, what have you seen in this rate?
It started as a HANA as a secondary database was the main implementation. Now, HANA on Business Suite, you have heard HANA on Business Suite. What is HANA on Business Suite? HANA on Business Suite means I'm using HANA as my primary database. But S4 HANA is HANA on a platform. This is S4 HANA. This is HANA on Business Suite. This is called native HANA. These are the scenarios, okay? So what is happening, I don't know if the picture is clear or not. It's very, the color. Here, I have one database. If you see here, there is no way I can change the colors of this. Here, I have one database and HANA as a secondary database. So SAP Business runs both. The data is stored in the ordinary database, your COPA data, and also stored here. But it is processed here, and when you query, it queries from the HANA system. When you query it, it queries from the HANA system when it is used as a secondary database. And here you may say, isn't the data redundant? Yes, it is redundant, but my redundancy is okay with respect to my performance improvement. Got it? In the second one, HANA Analytics, what I am doing in HANA Analytics, which is a BW, my SAP Business Warehouse is on any database, and I'm moving some of my data into the HANA and I'm reporting out of that. Here only partial applications. Here I'm doing everything onto the HANA. Whereas other ones where my HANA is my main database, right? Here if you see BW is on a database and ECC is here, but BW is on the HANA database. Whereas here all my applications are on the HANA database. Okay, meanwhile, when the evolution was happening, SAP has provided some direct solutions, like for COPA, for inventory. Like that, SAP has produced ready-made solutions which can run on HANA. It has produced ready-made solutions. They are known as HANA accelerators. They accelerate your performance, the process. They are known as HANA accelerators. Okay, this is, you don't have to worry about this. Let's just this picture and we'll go to the studio. The same concept here. I don't know why he gave 2-1. Here HANA real-time operation analytics. Okay, one point which you should know here is when I want to do real-time, okay, the moment the real-time comes, my only solution is HANA. There is no other solution until now where it is real-time. Means you can report directly out of ECC, but it is at a performance is not that great. Suppose I'm trying to do my inventory, right? Inventory in my ECC OLTP system is, say today my inventory was 50 quantity, right? But there was a transaction in process, in flight, which did not update, the commit did not happen. The inventory should have been 60. The 10 was in flight. When I reported out of my BW system, say my BW is my reporting system, say, right? So when I moved the data from ECC to BW, it was 50. I report only 50. Now, if I report out of an ECC, at what point I'm reporting is important. Suppose the commit has not happened and I'm still asking, it will show 50. But after the commit has happened, if I report, it should be 60. But I don't generally report on ECC systems because I told you the first place.
my ECC system, my OLTP system is not designed for reporting. It is designed for carrying out a transaction, right? So I put my reporting on the back burner. If I have to allocate processes, my what we call distribution, there is a distribution program. If I have to allocate processes to business transactions, I put reporting. If there is a reporting inquiry, I put that on the back burner because I don't want to dilute my resources for reporting. For that purpose only, we created a separate data warehouse concept, right? But the major disadvantages with the data warehouse was my data was not real time. It still shows 50 until tomorrow I update the 50 to 60, right? So in that case, what I do, real-time operational metrics, I directly with HANA, I can directly report out of ECC itself. I don't technically need another reporting system. That is what he's writing. SAP HANA real-time operational analytics benefits fast insights into business activity and high modeling flexibility. High modeling flexibility means I can model in my HANA Studio very flexibly, okay? Whereas in the second scenario, in the primary persistence, SAP BW, the reporting system is powered by HANA. What are the benefits? Simplification, flexibility, loading and query speed. But still he didn't say real time there. Even if the BW is on HANA, my ECC is not on HANA, so I cannot do a real time. Got it? Here I get all other advantages of HANA, speed, query performance and everything, but it is still not real time. Whereas if it is HANA, it's a platform, several of all SAP applications are on single HANA platform. Various applications built on SAP HANA extended application services, even non-SAP data also. Using SAP Access, I can do it. That's what he's trying to tell here. He's telling the evolution of this memory strategy. First it came as a sidecar, primary persistence, and then a platform.
So now as a platform, they have all, it is real.
Yes, because my ECC is already on the HANA. Here only my BW was on HANA. Here my ECC was on HANA, but not my BW.
Do they use all three or they just use platforms?
No, it depends when you bought your HANA license.
Platform is S4, that's the latest one.
Yeah, this is S4 technically.
Yeah.
Even HANA on a business suite is an example. HANA on business suite is a prototype of S4 technically, if you ask me. Before they were developing S4 HANA, they did this as a prototype and launched it to see what was market's reaction. And they called it as HANA on business suite.
Yeah. But on platform, I think everything is like on HANA, right? HANA database, HANA everything. Yes. So you cannot do anything from other like Oracle. It's not going to.
It won't go to Oracle.
It won't go to. It's not going to integrate that. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna migrate it.
What is that?
It can migrate wherever.
No, you'll migrate, but he's asking, will you have a hybrid scenario where you have HANA platform and at the same time Oracle database?
Yes, the Oracle. Yeah.
It won't. But you will have access apps. You will have other apps, Java-based or .NET-based apps which can run on a HANA. That is what is extended application server.
Apps are different.
Apps are applications.
Applications.
Yeah. You can have a Java application or a Visual Basic application or a .NET framework application which can be routed to the HANA database. You can host that application. Okay, so I know. Let's. Damon is looking for some practical things. Let's go there. HANA Studio. This is all theory until now, right? So what is this HANA Studio? Totally different. Now I'm talking only of navigation. Okay. When you log into HANA, if you have seen, I have logged into a system, right? So when you all log in, let me close this and too much of theory, Damon, right? But I have to tell this theory. Okay, HANA Studio is, if you remember our picture, HANA Studio is the modeling tool, and it is the window to your HANA database. If an admin wants to look, if he wants to do a database backup and a recovery, he has to do it through HANA Studio. If a developer, .NET or Java application has to do, they has to go through HANA Studio. If a modeler like you guys have to do, they have to go through HANA Studio. So HANA Studio is your development environment and is your monitoring environment, your administrative environment for the whole HANA database. Are you guys getting this? What is HANA Studio?
So even if you're an architect, you're using HANA Studio.
Everybody he has to look into HANA have to go through HANA Studio. It is a window for your HANA database. You want to do development, you do development here, that gets stored in a repository in HANA. You are doing administration, you want to do a backup and recovery, all controls from here, they get executed on the HANA database. If you are an architect, you are doing the ER diagram in the here, and that goes to the HANA repository. So HANA repository is the window to your HANA database.
So there's the main repository and everything's being installed.
Yes, that repository is nothing but your catalog, and that catalog has many schemas. I'll talk of all that architecture because Damon won't like if I start the theory again, because what is schema, what various applications are, I don't want to talk of those. So let's see some practical insights. So I go to the HANA Studio and I log in, right? And I'm going to the HANA Studio, automatically you don't log in. This is your local repository. This is your local repository. This doesn't mean you have logged in yet. This you are telling that whatever I'm going to do is going to be in this local repository, place request location.
So do you have to push the changes all to the main repository after you're done doing whatever on the local repository?
That is totally transparent. You don't have to worry about local or main repository.
But there are no folder like commits.
No. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. The moment there is something called here for a HANA modeler, the moment you activate it, it gets registered in the repository. It is an activation function. That's all. You don't have to worry about it is in my local repository or the main repository. All that is handled by HANA. Yeah. Yeah.
It didn't ask me for the workspace. It directly took me there.
No, it should.
You should ask for the workspace.
Huh?
I shouldn't ask for the workspace.
It asked me yesterday when I tried to log in for the first time, but after that it's not asking me.
Maybe is there any option that don't ask for the next times? By default, it is in that workspace.
Okay. Yeah, I see that workspace under the user.
Yeah.
I see that.
The same thing happens to
After you make a workstation, I'm going to see it in the workspace.
Yeah, because everything gets stored there.
Okay, because it was asking for you for every time you log in, right? But it's not asking me after the first login.
That might be a setting.
Okay.
Trust me, there's some backend setting. Okay, so this, when you log on, this is the screen you are going to get. Okay, it doesn't mean you are still logged on to the HANA database yet. This is just you have logged on to the front-end client. You have to make a connection from this window. You have to make a connection to the underlying database, and that is what is this. So first of all, you have to add a system. I'll show you how to add a system. So suppose you have added a system. What does this mean? HD9. HD9 is known as SID of the system. Surrogate ID. SID means system ID. Sorry, surrogate ID is BW. System ID. System ID is the three-letter. It's for the whole basis configuration. If you have to specify a system, it is qualified by these three-letter ID, which is known as SID or system ID. In our case, that is HD9, which is HD9. HD9 is your, if you remember our picture of SAP HANA architecture, is that box of HANA on which the studio we are trying to connect, right? So HD9 is your system. So how to log into this? Just double click on it.
Is it case sensitive here?
Like? HD9 is always uppercase. You can't change that. Even if you type in lowercase, in database it stores as uppercase. All SAP database objects are uppercase, no matter what. Okay. When you have to specify something in the case as they are, some database objects, schema objects, then you have to put them in double quotes. Okay, we'll talk of that later. Okay, but by default everything is uppercase. So what do you do here? This is your studio. You have to connect to a system. So when you double click on this, so database user log on.
Yeah, it should be there. Oh, I'm not saying HD9, so I thought you.
Because you didn't add the system. Maybe that's why it didn't ask for a repository or anything from you.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry for the. I'll tell you how to add a system. That's okay. What I'm trying to tell you here is when you double click on this, there is you are trying to connect to a system. Let me tell you one thing. All the IDs on a HANA system when somebody creates, by default they are database users. There is a difference between a database user ID and there is a difference between a application logon ID, dialog ID. There is a difference. What is the difference? The difference is in the rights you can do. If I am an application ID guy, I cannot do the database operations, right? But most of the times in HANA, you deal directly with the database. So your user ID is always a database user ID. Okay. Suppose I have a ID in my backend system ECC. Okay. I cannot use that ID and log on to the database because they are totally different profiles. One is a application ID, one is a database ID. With the application ID, I can process some transactions, whereas with the database ID, I can create table, drop table, alter table. I can do many of my database operations. Got it? So mind this. This is a database ID. Okay. And what is your database ID? They give you, right? I think Madhu told you got your user ID's password, right? You also, Ravanya?
I got it.
Yeah. She told me because I make sure that all of you have. So here, put the password they gave you. Coincidentally, in this system, for your backend, for your HANA, everything the user ID and password is same. But in a real life, it need not be same. In a real life, but what happens in a real life is it's a SSO configuration, single sign-on. What does single sign-on mean? You put one of your system on your GRC, on your governance risk and compliance system. There you put one user ID password, and there you put other systems user ID password. You configure a file that takes care of logging into all other systems. Got it? You don't have to individually log on. That is called single sign-on. Okay, but you have to configure that. This is a training system. This is not for a SSO. But here, it is the same user ID password when you use, but you have to log on differently.
How does it configure SSO? Like what?
Oh, it's a very big. It's a file basically. In one file you store in a layman's term. But it is a very big. It's a GR. You need to have a GRC and the identity management components, and through them you authenticate them. And once authentication is happened, you give that user ID and password.
Is it similar to shell scripting or no?
Shell scripting is very broad. What do you mean by shell scripting?
Like in Linux, you can basically just log in, have a user, like give them the username and password,
right,
and they like enter it once, have to enter it over and over again.
Okay, two things here. One thing, they don't have to log in again and again for the same application or for different applications.
For the same application.
Yeah, that is there in HANA also. Here, I can say show username and password in secure storage. It will do that. But what is single sign-on is not that. If I have the 3 applications, ECC, BW, HANA, okay, and BI. What do I do is that usually I put BI on my GRC identity management system. So when I log into my BobJ, because that is the topmost layer, reporting layer, right? When I log on to that, and I have to get data from say HANA. So I configure a file in my SSO that when the authentication happens in the BobJ, where do you do? In your central instance,
Yeah,
right?
in the central management server.
CMS. In the central management server, I authenticate that user ID password. That's the first place of authentication. It's like your port of entry into US, right? Once you come into US, use the different applications, different states have different entry points, right? So for example, so first authentication happens in the CMS, and that sign-on triggers a file which has configured your user ID and passwords for respective systems. For BW, you have it
You're signed on on everything.
Yes. But that has to be gone through your GRC system, governance, risk, and compliance. That you should be an authorized user there, and all those things comes. One is that, and it also has to go through your identity management system. Okay, it's called IDM. Okay, these are your basically your authentication things. So you configure a single sign-on using your GRC and IDM, which then goes into the different systems and signs you on automatically. Yeah, this is SSO configuration. Okay, you don't do usually the security concepts. People do those. Okay, so here that shell scripting is this. You are telling that don't ask me this user ID password again and again when you check box. Okay. That's why I asked you to define what is your shell script. But you can write a script also to go and ping to that application and authenticate with this user ID password. That also you can write through a script, right? So that's why I asked what do you mean by shell scripting. So the moment I logged in, it gives you 4 folders under that system if you see. What are those 4 folders? Catalog, provisioning, content, security, right? What are these? That's now, Damon, I have to explain what is content, what is schema, and everything. Otherwise, some people will get lost. Okay. Now, when I'm dealing with databases, I group my database objects under a schema. I group my database objects in a schema. So whatever are my database related objects and groups, I put that under catalog. Understand? There shouldn't be any confusion. Yeah.
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah. See, what are my database objects? Whatever knowledge you have, doesn't mind they're right or wrong. Tell me what can be the database objects. Whatever you're understanding. It can be tables,
right?
Views, indexes, right? So these are called database objects. Now, suppose I have 2 databases. I have an Oracle, and I'm using HANA as a sidecar, and I also have Oracle. How do I tell? So what I do, all related to HANA, I group under one schema. All objects related to HANA. All objects related to Oracle, I group under another schema in your database, right? So schemas are that. Your related objects, related database objects are grouped under a certain folder or a family. That folder is known as schema.
Right.
Got it? So a catalog has many schemas. Got it? Provisioning, as I have told you, HANA can connect to other databases also. What are those other databases? Hadoop, Teradata, Sybase IQ. So, which are not part of HANA, but I can get data I can read tables from those databases into HANA via data provisioning called Smart Data Access, SDA, Smart Data Access. Got it? So Smart Data Access is done by the provisioning. This is not the data provisioning what you guys have learned. The third is content. So content contains all your design time objects. Catalog contains all your runtime objects, whereas content contains your design time objects. What do I design? I design views, calculation views, attribute views, analytical views, analytical privileges, decision tables, and database procedures. I code them, I configure them, code them, model them. They all are called design time objects, means they are the objects used during the design, created during the design time. So when I create a view, it goes and gets registered in the database as a view, right? Under which schema? It goes and gets registered. Whatever you do in the content, that goes to this schema called sysbi and sysbic. These are the two schemas SAP has created when you install HANA software. Database, HANA database. It installs these all sys replication, sysbi, sysbic, sysrepo. These are all schemas. These are all sys ones. By default, they will be there. Okay. Now, when I create something, when I model something, say for global spend, I have created a model. That model, when I activate button, I'll show you. When I activate, they gets registered. Chetna, those they get registered in the dictionary, right? In your database, sorry, they get in the repository. When the registration happens, they come and get registered under this schema called sysbi and sysbic. Let me tell you the difference between this. Sysbic stores all your columnar views. As I have explained, when you create something, they are created as columnar, correct? Those columnar views are in sysbic. And what is sysbi? Sysbi holds the metadata of that. Do you all understand what is metadata? Okay. Yeah. In layman's terms, it's the data about the data. Remember, I showed you the Mara transaction, Mara table. So this is a table called General Master Data, correct? This is a table. See here, guys, focus here. This is a table. Now, how this table is laid out, what are its columns, what does each column represent, what are the technical attributes of the column, all that is known as metadata. All that is here. So this table name is this. It contains these all columns, right? This table contains all these columns, and each column means it is a date field with 8 in length. These are the technical attributes of it. All this data is known as metadata. Got it? So any object you create in a database needs to have a metadata, right? Because it should know its representation in the database, how it is to be represented, what are its semantic attributes, what are its technical attributes. The database needs to know that, and that is known as metadata. Got it? Now, this metadata of the columnar views you are creating. See, in HANA, you only create 6 objects. You only create basic 6 objects. You may not understand all of them today, but just for your knowledge, I'm telling you. You create an attribute view, create an analytical view, create a calculation view, create an analytical privilege, create a database procedure, or you create a decision table. That's all. These 6 objects is what you play with. So when you create any of these 6 objects, they come and when you activate them, they come and gets registered sysbi with the metadata and with sysbic as the columnar data. Because everything is a column table, I told you, in HANA. So the column tables are in sysbic, views or tables are in sysbic, and the metadata of those views and everything is in sysbi. And these are the schemas of the data HANA database. These are the schemas where I'm storing the content related objects. Got it? If I'm getting data from ECC application, then this is the schema. Not necessarily it is the same name, it depends upon your configuration. I'm telling you the example, the meanings of schemas. So schemas are basically folders in your database which are grouped accordingly. What does accordingly mean? Here if it is data coming from ECC, I put all the tables, views, data associated with that here. If it is a content of SAP HANA, native HANA, I put in sysba and sysbic schemas. Got it? If I have to put related to DXC, I put in a DXC schema. What is DXC? I'll explain you later. It's called direct extractor connection. Okay, so you understood what are schemas? You understood what are the objects behind the schema? Now if you see this, if you see sysbic, if you see the column, see these are all the database objects, moment. This is what I was telling. Like the tables, triggers, views, indexes, procedures, functions, models, column views, these are all, because whenever you develop them, they get registered in this dictionary, in this repository. So if you see sysbic, column views, I know it will have many. Just want to show you. Yeah, if you create, whoever creates one object, it gets registered here, right? That's why you have so many. So see, this is my view. This is my view. So this tells the data and the definition in this. Got it? So what is the schema and everything? What is the time, guys? You're not tired, right? I can see people are tired. I can continue. I don't want to stretch for the sake of completion. If you are not, if your efficiency has gone down, let me know. I can teach easily for another 2-3 hours. I just need some bottles of water. Oh, I drink at least 6 to 7 liters a day.
That's good. I try to do this.
Otherwise, I can't talk. And that too hot water, yes. Even in summer. The moment I drink cold water, I immediately get sore throat. Next 5 minutes. I can never drink from a fridge. Can you imagine? I heat my buttermilk and drink. So disgusting, but I have to do that. Anyway, so let him come and continue. Oh yeah. Very simple. Suppose you have a blank screen. In this, right click here. Whenever in doubt in SAP, right click. Right click here and add system. Okay, right click here and say add system. Now when we say add system, in SAP world, you need to know 3 things for connecting to any system, whether it is HANA, ECC, instance number, and then what is the SID of the system. These three things you can use. So when you say add system, these are the three things it asks. Host name. This host name depends upon the here in this case it's only one server, but in real life it can be especially in ECC, it can be a group of application servers. So it's a group, it's not just one server, it's a group. Okay, and yeah, that is what I was calling, remember I was trying to tell, it's called load balancing. So the load balancing program knows, suppose my 7 processes are happening here, 10 are engaged here, 50 are engaged. So that load balance program has the intelligence to figure out if I get a new request, a dialog request or a background request, where do I have to route out these 4 servers. So so it can be a virtual IP. What is a virtual IP mean? Virtual IP means since there are 4 servers, you don't know where it is going to go, but your that program has the intelligence to route it to the respective server. Okay, your load balancing program. Your load balancer knows. It is like this. Do you ever go to this car dispatcher? Whenever there are train stations and airports, the car dispatcher knows which car and which cab is ready to go, and which spot. Yeah. So immediately it dispatches to there. The same is the load balancer. It's like a car dispatcher. It knows which processes are free, which server is free, and where the load is there, and accordingly distributes it. Right? That is called load balancing. So that load balancing, for the load balancing to happen, it should have a server. It should have a group server. So this host name is usually the group virtual IP also. Virtual IP. Why it's a virtual IP? Because you don't know which IP you have to log on to, right? So it creates a virtual IP, and that virtual IP will tell the actual IP which has to go. You don't have to know that. So you just log on to this virtual IP, right? So it can be a virtual IP, it can be a single server name, or it can be a group name. Got it? So in our case, it is Mica HD9, MICA HD9. Mica is the company, and HD9 is the SID associated with. That is the host name. Got it? How do I know this? When you get that email, they give you this. In that email, you should see this Mica HD9. In real life, you will know what it will. You have to ask your team lead or someone, what is that application server? Is it a group, or is it a virtual IP, or it is a single like this Mica HD9? Got it? Now, instance number. What is this instance number? You need not know this, but what happens is I take out one database and I carve out different instances on it. Means, what is carving out different instances on it means? I partition that for different purposes. The same, it's a big hardware dome or something you can think, okay? Big hardware disk. And you carve out that this portion is going to be your dev server, this portion is going to be your Q quality server, this portion is going to be your production server. Right? Do you all know about the 3-system landscape? Dev, quality, production? That's 3-system landscape. So what physically it is one hardware, but you are carving out different sections in it. That is what. So you have to give that instance number. In this case, it is 09. This also they should give in okay. Single containers, multiple containers, you don't have to worry here. say next. Description, you can give whatever you want. This is your free form for you to understand which system you're logging on. You can give your name also. No, it doesn't matter. Your name and a HANA or something. So here you have to give your user ID password for the database user, which is, and this authentication can happen on many ways. You can have a single sign-on, or you can have a authentication by itself, or you can have Kerberos, or you can have Active Directory. That all depends upon your IT strategy. How do they want you to enter into the networks? Like for example, when you are entering into the network, you go through a Windows Active Directory, most of the places, right? Goes through a Windows Active Directory. Otherwise, it won't let you even log on to your system when you work in those places, right? So this is the authentication way. For now, your authentication is by the database user, and it is the same as your what they have given you. And it's always, this has to be checked, enable SAP start service connection. Okay. What HD9 Mica HD909 already exists? Oh, because I have already configured, right? Got it? That's all. Because I already have it, so it is not trying to do the same instance again. So you should get this, and if you see, how do you know you are connected? This should be green. The square you are seeing, that should be green. Now once you are in the system, you should have these 4 folders: catalog, provisioning, content, and security. Now let me finish this by knowing what is all this layout about. What is all this window layout about? This is so claustrophobic, but still you have to know what it is. So if you see here, I have some things. Let me close all this. So you have 2 things you should know. What is it? You should know what is a perspective and what is a view. Okay, what is a perspective and what is a view? So in HANA world, anything related to HANA you do with these six objects I have told you: calculation, attribute, analytical, database, procedure, and a analytical privilege and a decision table. They all are related to the HANA, right? But still, over and above, I told you Eclipse is an integrated development environment. That means I can write an ABAP program in Eclipse. I can write a database SQL procedure in an Eclipse, right? So you have to tell that in which perspective you want to work. Okay? If you want to work on any of these 6 objects, you go to a perspective called HANA Modeler. Okay? But say you are working on a J2E, you are trying to connect a J2E project to HANA. Okay? Then that is work done in developer perspective. Okay? If you want to work on a ABAP related development, then you have to open a ABAP perspective for it. So the first thing you have to know is that which perspective you want to work. How do you go to the perspectives? Go to Window and open perspective and say Other. So these are your various perspectives for your example. As I told you, I can do a VW modeling from this Eclipse integrated environment. I can do a ABAP. I can do a HANA modeling. You see here, SAP HANA modeler, or I can do a HANA development. That means connecting to an external application. These are my various perspectives. I can do a HANA planning. Planning is nothing but your, if you know, as I have told you, HANA is not only used for analytics, it can also do planning and simulation, like how you do your financial planning, how do your simulation, you can do that also. So it has got libraries associated with it, which are known as PAL, planning in predictive analytics library. So you can do those also here. So anyway, for this concept, what you need to know is that where you want to work. You want to work as an ABAPer or you want to work as a HANA modeler. So you have to go to that perspective. Got it? You want to work on a Java, you have to go to that perspective. If you want to do core HANA, only HANA modeler understands those objects. If you go to HANA modeler and try to write a ABAP code, it won't let you do. Got it? That is what the meaning of perspective is. Got it? So we will spend our life in HANA modeler perspective for these 4 or 5 years. So the moment I opened a HANA perspective, okay, this by default this comes. By default this comes. I think I have to take out cell phones. Okay. By default all these come, and these each window you are seeing, these are all known as views. These are all known as views. So there are many views associated with each perspective. There are many views associated with each perspective. How do you see various views? Go to show views. Other, you can see all the views. These are all the possible views. So in a HANA modeler, what are the possible views you can see? For example, history, job log, where use list, right? This is the basic perspective. Got it? So you will go to the views. Suppose you don't want where used. You never use that. Okay? You can close it. Now the left side you are seeing, this is like the main. That you generally don't close it unless you need some real estate, right?
How do you bring that back?
How do you, what is?
The other view that you just closed.
Very easy. Go to window. What did I close? I closed quick view.
Where you
Go ahead. Oh, did I do where used?
Yeah.
Okay. So window, show view.
So the views that are showing, are those the only ones we can have, or can we add more views?
No, here are all the list. Where used scheme.
Within the model, can I add more, something else? Or these are the maximum views?
These are the views that are available. Now, suppose you want only always 2 views. You can save as that view. You go to here HANA modeler. Okay, right click, save as. So that way you don't have to do this again and again. So you can save as with some name, and you can call that view again. So that way it will come with those defaults which you have asked to come. Suppose you don't want to use the defaults, then say reset. The moment you say reset, it brings to the factory settings. Okay. So you understood what are perspectives and views. Okay. So for today, your perspective is for these 4. Mostly you'll be spending in HANA modeling. Okay. You may go sometimes here to an ABAP when we are doing ABAP. Okay. Now this is more important. This HANA modeler, this quick view. This quick view is where from HANA modeler you'll go to. You can do all these functions in HANA. Like you can create delivery units, you can import tables, you can export tables, you can do data provisioning. This data provisioning is different from this data provisioning. This provisioning, this is not data provisioning, this is provisioning, and this is data provisioning. So don't get confused with that. What does this provisioning do? This provisioning does the HANA Smart Data Access. It connects all your other databases to the HANA, which in turn creates virtual tables in the HANA database, in the HANA schema. It creates virtual tables. That means you see a projection of the table from that database, like a Hadoop or a Teradata or a Sybase IQ in your HANA. Okay. Of course, you should have that physical connection. That all is done by the DB people. You'll see those, and you can use the data and combine the data with the HANA data, and then report, integrate whatever model you want to do. Got it? So that is this provisioning. Whereas this data provisioning is how the way in which you want to bring the data. It is the SLT way of bringing the data. SLT. This data provisioning is exclusively for SAP data into HANA. You are providing, this is data provisioning. That is DB provisioning, database provisioning. This database provisioning is to bring ECC or any SAP application data via SLT into HANA. Got it? So this quick view, generally we don't keep this quick view. So I close it because I need real estate. I have only this much here, right? Because when you open your views, you'll see you'll feel short of space, real estate. So that's why I try to be as miser as I can with respect to the space. I close all my perspectives. But that's my, you can do whatever you like. And so this way I have got more real estate to look, work upon. When I need them, I can open those views again. Got it? So this is the very basic navigation in your HANA Studio. Okay? So there is an exercise. Tomorrow morning, I want you guys to attempt that. I think it is exercise 1 or something. Okay? To get familiarized yourself with HANA. Whoever comes, don't wait for the class, start working on it. Okay? Class will start around 9:30, 9:45, 9:30. The standard time goes to 9:45. So try to be here by 9:30. Got it? Any questions? But please read whatever you can today. Don't come fresh tomorrow morning. Okay? Come loaded. So what do you say, Mohammed? Are you running away or staying?
About 30% I have seen it before.
So right now you haven't decided to run away or not?
I'm not running. I never ran away.
Oh, you never ran away. I'm going to run away or not.
Yes. Yeah.
The funny ran over, right?
Yeah.
I don't live too far though. To practically walk over here.
Right. So please read at least the HANA perspective part, if not the theory part. You suddenly got
maybe sleep like
Not a bad idea, right? Okay.
Stop recording.